Morena te whānau.
Councillor Whainga.
Mi noi tātou. A hau toto, ka tūheki ana, ka rongo heki ana ko te ngā hau o tū. Utaina taku kawa nei he kawa tua maunga. Kawiwini kawa wana tāra pata tū ki te rangi. Au eki, whano, whana, haramai te toki. Haumi e hui e, tā ki e.
Yeah, just quickly, page 1, just around the updates on Stout Street. I think it said 1st of July, but in the action sheet it says 1st of August, pending funding. So just a quick update.
So just to clarify that through the chair, we are still awaiting the funding from Waka Kotahi NZTA, and it won't be until the 1st of September now is the update that we've been given that we'll know that we have the funding. The designs have been started in the background, so we have got budget to start the designs, but we can't do any work till past 1st September.
Right, any other queries on the action sheet? I mean, on the minutes? Councillor Wasnell.
On page 10, just where bullet point 4, the bollard work. I know following the workshop or consultation out at Wainui, it was raised backwards and forwards quite a lot. The fact that the private land wouldn't be bollarded and yet the council land would, and that was possibly counterproductive. Is it possible to look into something like a cost sharing arrangement? Because I imagine all the consenting and whatnot is going to be the expensive part. Pardon? Is it? Oh, okay, cool. All right. Sorry, it sounds like that might be a bit belated.
I'm not quite sure if you should have your speaker on, so I'm not quite sure if the answer was heard.
I can.
So,
So through the chair, there's a number of discussions that we're working through with the landowners along through there.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, sir. On page 7, the 5th bullet point down, it's been raised, brought to my attention by Ms. Ward, that the quote credited to Mr. Weatherall of 20 to 50 wagons per week is significantly under what Mr. Weatherall was running prior to the washout, which was 5 trains, which is close to 100 wagons per week. Haven't gone back through the video to check that, but just want to flag it that may well be a mistake. Can't offer a correct figure at this point because I haven't had the chance to go back and check it.
We'll go back and have a look at the minutes, but I thought it was around that number, but we can check it afterwards.
Thank you.
Okay, any more queries on the minutes? Okay, we'll go on to the action sheet, which is on page 16. Any queries on the action sheet? Any? Oh, Your Worship.
So I would like to talk about my favourite topic, Stout Street. So I would love for us to communicate well with the residents in Stout Street. We have promised work would start soon, and I know there's an update there for the 1st of August. But I often hear that or have heard before, we plan something, we talk to the community, and then one day we just turn up. And I thought this will give us a great opportunity, even if we put one of those temporary boards that sometimes go up saying we will be working with traffic calming measures for between now and December, whatever your timeframes are. I just thought it's a nice way to let the community know, set the expectation that we will start with the work. So the, from here, it does say 1st of August. So I really want to encourage you. That community has been talking to us for years and years. And I would love for us to reach out, get them on board, and make it a good process for us and for them. Thank you.
Councillor Akahela Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Mr. Chair. I just wanted to follow on from our Mayor's discussion just then, because I know in my time being involved with council, we often do get other parts of region requesting calming measures for speed. And I just wanted to ask Mr. Wilson, is there a program or strategy with regard to education on speed? Because I know we've talked about changing speeds, there's been a whole lot of work done there, but how often, or if he could tell me if he knows, there's like a lining up. So we are teaching young people that are newly licensed that there's residential spaces that higher precautions necessary, being that we have got a lot of older public who are taking their grandchildren to school, in that sense. So I just wondered if there was part of an educational program that sits alongside any changes, so that schools perhaps are getting an update, or newly licensed young people, particularly, who are not always the speedsters, but often are a targeted group.
So through the chair, a lot of the speed review is reported back to the Regional Transport Committee, and that's by the Road Safety Educators quarterly report that goes to that committee, where we update the work that's been happening in schools across the community around raising awareness of poor behaviour and the implications that what happens when speed's a factor. Speed, alcohol are our two biggest contributors when it comes to deaths and serious injuries on our network. So it's something that we're resetting the program right now, and that'll be at the next RTC around how we're going to be rolling out that education campaign. The speed review report's coming, I think it's to the next council meeting for adoption, around lowering some of the speeds post the speed management review that we have done. So there are papers coming that have taken the feedback and are bringing that back to council for approval, looking to lower speeds in some areas.
Councillor Robinson.
Page 16, when is the deed of release for the museum up? When does it expire? I couldn't find it in the paper anyway.
Have to come back to you, unless Eloise knows the number off her head. End of the year.
Just see that the review is underway, and I just want to make sure that, it's, my memory was the end of the year. I'm just conscious of the time frame for that review.
Okay. Councillor Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 17, and it relates, and it's just initially one general observation, item 10.2.2. With respect to the Muriwai and Ruatoria proposed water supplies, and it says a report will come once the design's been done, but we're looking today to make comment or decisions with respect to the Patakahi water supply. And it seems to me that that could be in isolation from what we might be needing to do for other water supplies. And it would seem to be that it's really important that whatever decision this council makes with regard to any assistance, that it should be something that can be consistently applied across the district, not random, one today, two in another month or 6 weeks. I don't think that that's a good way to make decisions. So I just draw that to everyone's attention. And then with respect to the next item, the protection management areas, PMAs, I note from the report that the feedback last time that we are going to extend from 1K to 2Ks around the boundary. But are we going to, out of that 50 that we plan to do more work in, are some of those going to be PMAs across Tairāwhiti, or are we still going to only apply our attention on the Hawke's Bay border?
Through you, Chair, I'll come back to you to confirm, but my understanding is that it's across the wider Tairāwhiti region.
Thank you. So then I'd like to know how we're going to let landowners who've got those PMAs that we are going to apply some work on be advised. And so can that be part of the answer too? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Councillor Worsnop.
Yeah, I'm just going to jump on that as well, primarily because I know that we have a lot more responsibility coming our way with regards to PMA and what will become SNAs in essence, and the fact that at the moment I don't have a very good understanding, and I imagine probably staff have a better understanding, but it would be helpful for all of us to probably understand the extent of monitoring that goes on, that informs what PMAs we are actually doing the control in and what the results post-control actually are, so that we have a barometer of exactly what our challenges are and what kind of difference we're making. Is that information that we gather and that can be provided, or is it information that we do not have?
I understand that it is, we do monitor, and we could come back to you with an approach and monitoring report, which outlines our method and the statistics around that. So,
Okay, is there any more queries on the action sheet? Oh,
Thank you. I guess I'm just after a wee bit of a update, please, on the masking. I know that the subcommittee has been disbanded and we attended a hui, and thank you letters have been sent out accordingly, but that doesn't actually get water on crops on the flats. So what I'm just wondering is what is the way forward, and just a short update on that if we could, please.
Through you. So there's a report coming to council on the 30th of September, which will set the framework for the way forward.
okay. Councillor Burdett.
Speaker, ask David what the position you heard Councillor Walker was not address the question of SNAs, given the hoo-ha that's happened up north. Where's this council on that? Significant natural areas.
Through you, Chair. So, yes, we do have the PMAs already in the Tairāwhiti Resource Management Plan. There is another piece of national direction imminent on Indigenous biodiversity, which will mean, if it comes into effect, that we'll need to revisit how we categorise our significant natural areas in Tairāwhiti. So that's programmed into the Tairāwhiti Resource Management Plan review. We have a report tentatively penciled in for October to come to council to discuss that new national direction and what it might mean for Tairāwhiti. How we engage and work with landowners, mana whenua and the community is going to be crucial to whatever the national direction is telling us to do and whatever you as a council wish to do in this space. You know, biodiversity is one of your priorities, but how you go about managing and incentivizing appropriate protection and maintenance of those areas is a tricky one. Yeah. And we also have a workshop on the 26th about regionally significant issues, which is another time where you may want to bring this up.
So pretty, through you, Mr. Chair, a pretty detailed report on what's going to happen re-SNAs by October.
Depending on the national direction and whether that's rolled out by then or not. It's already been delayed several times.
Thank you.
Councillor Seymour.
Supplementary to that, Mr. Chair, if we're not having it today, it just concerns me that this council has been so slow in giving some information to councillors. We can read what's available at a national level, but we've had no written report. No, this is the position for Gisborne District Council. We're now hearing we might get a report in October, depending on the national direction. There is some information available right now, and it's exactly the same as one other item which will be brought up with someone else. Two significant items that we are behind the eight ball as far as councillors around this table having an understanding of the implications for ourselves. Three Waters, the other matter, just so everyone in the room is clear about what I'm referring to. Other councils have been in a position to make decisions on these things, and we've not even had a council paper. We get told we're waiting for more information. I don't think that's good enough. So I'm supplement to Mr. Burdett raising it. I've sent emails about and asked for it, and we still don't have it. Thank you.
Your worship.
So I just want to bump in there because that is not 100% correct. I touched base about SNAs with Ms. Noble 2 weeks ago, as all of us discussed it at the local government conference, and I sent all a detailed report or detailed form through to all councillors just to keep them up to date. And then about Three Waters, if you read the legal opinion that was sent through last night by Local Government New Zealand, which is of concern to me, you can see that we are not allowed to make decisions at this stage, that there will be a challenge if councils have made decisions yet. So our staff have been working with the Three Waters group to get the information that is Tairāwhiti specific. Some councils have some more information that they've just analysed from the information that was sent a month ago. But when we received the information a month ago, our stance was wait and see, because if government is going to say it is mandatory, you will not be spending 2 or 3 months in detail analysing and getting consultants in as well to do that work. And from the legal opinion I saw last night, it's not written in there, but it looks like it is very clear that the government has a clear expectation that every authority will be part of this. So I just want to say there is a lot of work happening behind the scenes in the update of emails that I've seen. And Mr. Wilson has let us know last week that he and his team are working to get that more Tairāwhiti specific information available. To be fair, there's not a lot available. So I do want to give a shout out that they have been part of the working group and we will be discussing it as a council. But I do not think we're behind the 8 ball on this at all.
Just supplementary, thank you, Madam Chair, for that comment. You have information that council doesn't have.
I have exactly the same information as you.
The email you got last night is not something we have in front of us. And I just think the public of Gisborne has had no information other than what they choose to pick up for themselves, because they're not privy to the internal information that this organisation has. So that's my point.
Councillor Wilson. Councillor Wilson.
So I want to pick up the SNA bit in a little bit more detail, because I do think October's too late. We know that the government will be finalising their advice towards the end of this year, and we will potentially miss the opportunity to guide whether or not we have public support for the changes in their draft form. And the thing that would dictate that is whether the draft form has implications for the region that are unacceptable. And we can't know that if we haven't had anything modelled and communicated to the community. It's likely that the outcome, in particular for Māori landowners in the region, is very similar to what it would be in Northland, because we have an awful lot of Indigenous cover on Māori land that would fall under the definitions, the broad, very broad definitions in the new Indigenous biodiversity proposed national policy statement. So I think that, like I say, if we have a 16th of September meeting, we have no information reports scheduled in there at the moment. I think at the very least, we should be able to supply a model of what, simply a map that says this is likely to be captured. That way we have some guide as a council of the implications of that. And I think we owe it to our community to ask for that. We're not making a decision and we're not predetermining anything, but what we're doing is getting a good understanding of what implications there are for not only our community, to be fair, us as an organisation, because all of those SNAs require an enormous amount of work on behalf of council. Huge, to the point we're probably not going to be able to deliver it. So I'm all for supporting Pat and Bill and saying that earlier the better. And I know we've got a lot of work on, but the implications are quite significant. They're a lot more significant than I originally took them to be, but I've since learned a lot more. Thank you.
Joe wants to say something.
So through you, Chair, what is being released as the final version of the document? The consultation period happened back in 2019 and council did make a submission. So I can recirculate that information because it's quite a while ago now. So this isn't really a chance to change what's in the document. It's to get the final document and then let you know what the implications are for Tairāwhiti and for council. Until we have the final document, we can't tell you that because we don't know what it says. Other councils, through you, Chair, other councils are actually in the process of updating their SNAs at the moment, and they're in community engagement processes. That's why it's been such a high profile topic in Northland and Wellington, for example. We are not at that phase yet.
I'd just ask why they're updating their policies in the absence of the final.
Through you, Chair, I don't know. I imagine it's something to do with their plan review cycle, or maybe they wanted to do it ahead of the national direction coming out. I really can't speak for the other councils. I could find out if you like.
It probably would be helpful because that's going to feed into some of the information around the differences between how our region approaches this and how other regions are approaching it. Because if we get an insight essentially by looking at their early process of what ours is going to look like, if they're aligning with the draft and the final turns out to be different, then that's fine. But if in fact the final looks very much like the draft and the implications from these early adopted councils are huge and significant, it just would be helpful to have that context.
Yeah, we're doing that research at the moment. We'll bring that back.
All right, Councillor Faulkner.
Just to follow up on that and in defence of Joe and her overworked team currently, we do run the risk of ending up in the same situation as we have with Freshwater, where we spent 7 or 8 years working on a document at great length across great many organisations, only for it to be overridden anyway. So if we could have the original report, the ground plan, if you like, the state of play currently in the region, that at least gives us a baseline, and then we can layer requirements over and above just to give our team the chance to stay ahead a little bit.
Worship.
Hi again, Joe, and please correct me if I'm wrong. On the 26th of August, we will have the opportunity to discuss this as well as the NPS for biodiversity. So will this be part of our workshop on August the 26th?
We can definitely add in some more information. What we're discussing, or what we hope to discuss with councillors among other matters, is what you feel are the regionally significant issues for Tairāwhiti. I'm hearing loud and clear that biodiversity and how we manage biodiversity and SNAs will be one of those regionally significant issues. So we can make sure we provide a bit more context to that so that you can have an informed discussion.
All right, is there any more? Councillor Akahara-Brown.
So I was just doing some research in respect to the SNA conversation. The policy statement around Indigenous biodiversity, that's not finished yet, that's still in a draft space. So do we have any input into that, or was that just government puts this legislation out? Sorry. So,
through you, Chair, yes, Council did make a submission. It was out for consultation some time ago now, back in 2019. And it's been an extended period of government reviewing those submissions and potentially rewriting or tweaking that document before they release the final version, which was due in July, so that it has been delayed yet further.
yeah. From what I understand is that's one of the documents we're waiting on that helps give guidance to council. So kia ora.
Okay, no, well, it's just action sheet. So, yep, I think we'll wrap that up and we'll move on with okay, we've got the governance work plan on page 19. There's any queries there? If not, we'll move on to leave of absence. There's no leave of absence. There's no acknowledgements and tributes. And we do have public input and petitions, and I welcome Christina Pinto and also Sarah Wilson, and they'll be discussing large communication boards in Tairāwhiti. So if you'd like to come up, Christina and Sarah, we welcome you.
Ka waiaho. Kua no tiamana ahau, kei Tunguranga Nui a Kiwa tōku kāinga anainei. Hei kaupakatika tika rio kōrero ahau ki roto i te tauhu o te Matauranga, ko Christina Pinto tuku ingoa. So I'm a speech language therapist working for the Ministry of Education. My name is Christina Pinto, and I've been calling Tairāwhiti my home since 2004.
Ko Pennines tōku maunga, ko Ewa tōku awa, no Manchester ahau, ko Tairāwhiti ahau anainei, ko David Wilson tōku hau rangatira, ko Sarah Wilson tōku ingoa. My name's Sarah Wilson. I am the site manager for the Ministry of Education. I'm also a service manager, Tina's service manager. So I coordinate services for children with additional needs in schools and early childhood centres. I'm going to let Tina run this show today. This has been her baby for a significant period of time, and I'm really proud of the dedication and the passion that she has for working with our kids with additional needs.
Okay. I would like to start my presentation with the whakatauki, and I'm not going to read it out to you, but I would like you to just take a moment, read it, and ponder about what speaks to you in the whakatauki, and do you agree or disagree? Now imagine you would have no words or ability to write, and I would ask you to turn to your neighbor and share your thoughts about this whakatauki. Again, just a moment, and just in your, you don't have to do it, just in your mind, imagine what would that be like? So I did hear some people using words, good on you. But just that task that I just asked you to do without any words or written language is something that's unusual for us who are able to use words. It is something that's an everyday situation, every day for the clients that I work with. Now, these photos represent the people with similar disabilities that our clients are diagnosed with, and they result in being non-verbal and they're needing a different way to communicate. Freedom of opinion and expressing yourself is a universal human right. And for our students with communication difficulties, this is often not the reality. Children with low or no language struggle to use spoken words to communicate. And as speech language therapists, we explore different options and tools to enable them to express themselves. And one of these tools is a call board. Now, this is a call board or kupuatua. This is a portable call board or kupuatua. Now, I'm happy to go into more detail, and you might not be able to read, I can't read it from here, more of the details about the technicalities around it. But what I need you to understand today is why people with limited verbal communication are using these boards and why they need them, and why it is important for us to give our community easy access to these tools. And I believe there's no better way of showing the use of the board by someone who's actually using it. So this is a video of one of our students in Riverdale School. Sorry, I'm just going to turn that page. You will see a short conversation between her teacher, Joe Gregory, and Katalea on a topic that Katalea chooses without using any words. And I really like to thank Joe Gregory and, oh, it started already, and Katalea's whānau to making this video available for us. Now it should have sound. Let me get that going and I'll stop talking. So what you can see Joe doing is she's talking about, they've decided to talk about shoes, and Joe is pointing to liking, I like your shoes, do you like my shoes? And I think sure which is, oh, they're talking about up. So she's talking about that they're going up to her ankle. And then Joe is repeating, saying, this is the shoe that I like. Now Joe's suggesting to Katalea that they could go inside. So it's pointing to go into inside. And Katalea is confirming that by pointing to inside. And then Joe points to, let's go. Sorry, that's not as impressive if you can't actually hear anything, but Katalea wasn't speaking anyway. It was Joe who was speaking during that one, and it might still give you an impression of how these boards are used. The proposal that I want to present to Council today is to install communication boards in public places across Te Rāwhiti to create a more inclusive environment and raise awareness of alternative communication needs. Now, we have engaged with our community and via a survey monkey and asked where people would like to see those boards. And you can see, now I'm trying to use this one, a huge percentage would like to see them in schools, kura, early intervention centres, and that's continued to be part of my everyday work. We will work with the schools and those centres that want them to have them available in their spaces. Another huge percentage is in the hospital. And we're currently working with a speech language therapist in the hospital to ensure that potentially 1 or 2 boards are installed permanently there. Now, most of the other boards, places are the public places that we would like to propose to you to install them. I believe there's an overall lack of knowledge around awareness of alternative communication needs. And today we have the opportunity to normalise the use of communication boards in our community and create some equity for our people with communication needs. This also sits really well in the Disability Act. The boards that we're proposing are slightly different to these ones. Because we are a multicultural community, we promote installing them in Te Reo Māori as well as in English. And there are a lot of resources available in English, but not so many in Te Reo Māori, and especially not those that are relevant to our rohe. So we've had a lot of consultation with... Okay. We've had a lot of consultation with Tagata Whenua in our organisation, but also from with the education sector and the private sector around our Māori word, and to make sure that it reflects Te Rāwhiti. There's currently no national Māori word for call board. And so Victor Walker, who's the Ministry of Education Strategic Advisor Māori, has gifted us the word kupu atua. So if you're wondering where that word's coming from, he explains the reasoning behind this word with the following words. The words kupu atua, for the context of the call board, essentially means essential words as the essence for language development. Atua means many things, but it's always synonymous with power, authority, celestial essence, divinity, and prestige. Kupu atua stresses the importance of the function and the content of the call board. Now, if council would agree and support our proposal, and you feel that we should be consulting with someone else, or somebody else needs to have input on those drafts, that is, we're open to that. There's no problem about that. This is just how far we've come, and I'm quite comfortable with showing that to you. Now, there's another little try with the video. Let's see how we go. We have had the privilege of a kohanga up in Uawa, e tupu te kohanga Rio, trialing the kupu atua version, and it's a really brief little clip showing neurotypical developing children having a go at it. So let's see how we go. I think you might have to start it for me, Heather. So my gratitude also goes to E Tupu Te Kuanga Reo Kiwawa and especially Shano Manuel to let herself being captured in this video and then also getting consent from the whānau for me to be able to show this to you. Right. Oh, try and click next. Coming to the cost, it is our suggestion that these boards would be printed on either side of ACM boards, and those ones are suitable for outdoor use and then permanently installed in the locations that are discussed or that our community has identified. We have secured funding for this quote, which would cover playgrounds and parks from up Hicks Bay, down the coast, Te Araroa, Tiki Tiki, Ruatoria, Tukumaru Bay, Tolaga Bay, in town, the Botanical Gardens, Adventure Playground, Olympic Pools, Airport, and then into the regions of Muriwai, Manatuki, Matawai, Patutahi, Te Karaka, and Te Reroto. The quote has been presented by Dragnet, which is a local company that's SHE approved and therefore meets the health and safety regulations of the Gisborne District Council. So our request today is not for funding, but it's for your consent and your support with the installation of these boards across the district. And in future developments of public places such as the Kiwa Pool, I would think it would be amazing if Coolwoods would become part of the Gisborne District Council standard installation, providing equity for our community with disabilities, just like currently ramps or rails are. We've got a real opportunity today for Te Rāwhiti to lead the way in this. Core boards in public places is not something common in New Zealand at the moment. And the only other public place apart from schools that I'm aware of is the Sensory Garden in Christchurch. However, across the world, they are not uncommon. And I've just selected a few places for you showing that there are boards out there. One thing that I had forgotten to mention on the ones that we've created, we would like to have a QR code at the top of our boards so people can scan them and then move around in the playground with them. So even though stationary, they're not stuck there. If you move from the slide to the swing, people would have them available on their phones. That's me. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for that. That's really be a fantastic thing for the community to have. So yeah, good luck with everything, and I'm sure we, Councillor Seymour.
Thank you. Thanks very much for the presentation. That was really interesting. Can you? It's not absolutely clear, but how big do you anticipate they would be? And I think you said they'd be back to back.
Yeah, they would be back to back. A0, so it's, I don't know what it's in centimeters. Does it say? So it's the AO, which is the, I might say it on here, sorry. It does say it on here, but so little that I can't read it. So I can show it about like this, and it's the A0 sign, but I can otherwise let you know.
I mean, it needs to be large enough so it can detect what things are.
Yeah, so
Sounds like a
that's,
great idea.
we've got the first one installed in Riverdale School, and actually had some council people look at it yesterday. Lindsay Weaver came and supported by a couple of other people. The other thing that's important is that they're child height. So, and we've been focusing on children. It's not a tool that's only used by children, it's also used by other people.
Thank you.
Councillor Faulkner and then Councillor Faringa.
Morning, thank you so much. With my role with Writing for the Disabled, I get very excited when I see resources like this. For our community, because we work with both adults and children, I'm really gratified to hear that there's the opportunity for adults to be involved as well. How would we roll this out across some of our public spaces that aren't necessarily council controlled, be it sports grounds, be it, for example, our equestrian centre where our Riding for Disabled is based, the AMP showgrounds where we have thousands of people come and go on a regular basis through various events. Is there possibility for that, and how do we best support that in our communities?
I think there's a possibility for it to be all over the place. So far, I suppose just because of us being the Ministry of Education, we have had a focus on education first front, but our clients are telling us that actually public spaces would be amazing to have these boards. You know, if you've got a child with a disability, to have to remember an extra thing to take with you to the park or to the playground is a big ask. So if we could support the community to do that. But this is just a guide of where the community have told us that they want these things to be. It doesn't mean that ends there. And I think that there's probably more funding out there. The more people that we speak to, the more meetings that we seem to have about more people wanting to offer funding for these things. So that's not our request or our issue. So I suppose that the biggest consultation is making those boards appropriate in those spaces. So the words that we choose on these boards are around the spaces in which people are in, because that's the words that they want to use in this space.
And that was probably my next question, is how do we make them, is it possible to make them slightly site specific to a certain extent? Because then we educate the people around our disabled community, not so much the people themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. So they are quite site specific. So obviously, if you're in a playground, you want to have things like push me, slide, swing. If you want to be at the pool, you want to talk about jumping, swimming. So they're really site specific. So it's a little bit of work to create a new one for that specific site, but it's totally doable.
And they are based on the core language of a language. So research has shown that in everyday language, we only need about 400 words to get most of our messages across. And the boards are based on those 400 words. So that, you know, not all of them will need to be changed, but can be adapted.
Councillor Wharehinga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Awesome presentation. Thank you very much. In regards to the amount of boards that you currently have funding for, are they for all English language boards, or is there planning around like a split for some of them to be Reo Māori as well?
All of them are bite-sided. So on one side it would be English, and on the other side it would be Maori. So
Dual language.
yeah, dual language will be.
Excellent. Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Christina and Sarah. It's, fantastic, and good luck with everything for the future.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Fantastic initiative. Okay, we'll go to page 20, and we have a report for the Patatahi Community Water Scheme.
So through the chair, I'll just quickly introduce this paper and where it's come from. So we were approached by members of the Patatahi community and Ministry of Health around the scheme that they have funding for to put a water supply, so tap into the main Waipawa line, the Wainaki line, to be able to reticulate Patatahi, but then they're also looking at to Waituhi as well. So as part of that scheme, we've been talking about the implications for that community should that water supply go ahead, and inform them that they would then be liable for the cost of water reticulation as per every other household who's on our reticulated supply. Now, the community are concerned around the fairness of paying for something when it's only a top-up supply, so they don't get mains pressure, and it also has a limited ability to top up so many tanks per day. So there was a request that we bring a paper in front of the operations committee to look at the water rate for Patatahi in light of the fact that it's externally funded by Ministry of Health and it's only for a top-up supply. So the project to roll it out is funded by MOH, and that's to run the line through the community. The houses still have to pay the connection cost to their tanks themselves. So when you see the time frame for rolling it out, and they do have a tight time frame, it has to be delivered by July 22. They're confident they can do that. It doesn't mean the houses will be connected necessarily up from day one, and those costs can vary quite significantly per household. So By the time they connect from a Toby out in the street out to the tank, that can be anywhere from $3,000 to $8,000 or more by the time they run the line to those properties. So we're not sure how fast the scheme would actually be for people to top up into it. The paper that we've put forward is around reviewing that as part of the next long-term plan and the fees and charges that are put forward there for the community. Part of it's around knowing what those costs are going to look like. And when we talk about the cost, there is an actual cost of supplying water to each of those houses that we need to cover as part of us as council. Then we also need to depreciate the asset at the same time. And that's where a lot of those costs come from. So we've put this paper up at the request of that group because it sits outside of a staff's decision when it comes to any sort of remission, and advise that we think it should be done as part of the fees and charges in the next long-term plan as the option that we've put forward at this stage. But happy to take any questions on it.
Okay, I've got a question. Is this setting a precedent for other water supplies for up the coast as well?
So for all of our non-reticulated communities, when we talk about adding in a water supply, and we've had similar conversations around Ruatoria, and we know that there are concerns at Muriwai as well, that once we put a pipe out there and the connection costs come in, who should be paying those and what's the fair and equitable split for a top-up supply versus mains pressure water here in town. So a number of communities have raised concerns about having the full water rate applied to them when it's only a top-up supply.
Councillor Wharehenga and then Councillor Singh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to approve this paper, to be quite honest. I'm less concerned about the any precedent that it may cause in regards to other areas, because I think that it would be fair for us to look at those things for other areas in the same vein. Yeah, I'm more than happy for this to be looked at, and for yeah, I'm more than happy to support this recommendation, because it's about in principle agreeing to this and then seeing actually what all this will look like moving forward. So absolutely have no qualms with this paper whatsoever. I do want to give a public acknowledgement to Te Whānau Ākai for doing this with the Ministry of Health on behalf of the community. So absolutely massive. So yeah, I'm very comfortable with this paper, very comfortable to move it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Seymour.
That I had with respect to the being a top-up water supply, because some of us have been around the table for a while are aware that Kikaraka Whakatutu was initially designed as a top-up water supply, and I think just through dint of natural deterioration of balconies, etc., it has become a full water supply. So what do we know about how accessible is this going to, or how long-term is this going to be a top-up supply? And because I totally get that purchasing water by the truckload is very expensive, but it is very expensive for all of our rural communities. So what confidence do we have that this is just a top-up supply?
So through the chair, all of the top-up supplies are only to top up the tanks when they get below a certain level and they have a set limit that they're able to do. Of course, the more water people are using, the more they need to be topped up. And there are some cases where we do know that spouting hasn't been replaced in some areas because there's a top-up supply, so there's less of a concern by the householders because they know the water. But those are isolated cases. It is obviously something that we need to look at how we will maintain that going forward, particularly as we get more of these schemes, because they are expensive schemes to make water in. They're not cheap. However, this one is tapping into Wainaki, so it's one of the fortunate ones. It's easy for us to tap into Wainaki. However, it does, of course, put an increased load on Wainaki when it comes on as well.
Just supplementary, I mean, it is commendable, and I'm aware Whānau Ākai were talking about this way back when we were doing the water plan, but I don't see the option that Mr. Wilson gave us, and it is in the report that we do consider it at the time of the next lot of LTP considerations. Is that still going to be possible if the recommendation as it's written is adopted? I don't think that's quite the same thing.
So through the chair, it's to adopt it in principle as part of so it's the rate remission. The next time we do those is when we do the next long-term plan. So it's to look at the remissions policy in the next long-term plan. It will be done as part of that. So it's done as, that's what option 4 is.
Supplementary, just to be clear. So the recommendation 1, which Councillor Wharehenga has moved, is still going to allow consultation. It doesn't say that in the recommendation. It's still going to allow consultation in the next 3-year plan.
Sorry, through the chair, that's when we are doing the next lot of consultation.
realise.
So it would go through as part of that. That's when we're proposing to do it as part of the 2024-34 long-term plan and the fees and charges that are put through them.
So what will happen for those properties who might want to join up immediately? And it's general practice that a water supply goes along Main Street and people connect to it at their own cost. That is only one cost, as you've alluded to. The cost is then the supplementary additional cost. Is that going to be, what is going to happen for those people between July 22 or even later this year and the next 3-year plan? What are they going to be paying? Is really what I'm asking.
So through the chair, we wouldn't pick them up for the first year. The cost, the infrastructure and everything have already been paid for by MOH. We wouldn't have any depreciation or anything hitting it at that stage. So they would potentially get a year of free water as part of that top-up supply after they've paid the connection costs and everything that's sitting as part of that.
Thank you. I think it does throw up some complex issues relative to other communities, and I just wonder if it's been balanced. I mean, I appreciate they're at the front of the queue, and they need to be because it has been talked about for quite some time. But what is it going to mean for the other connections, and how consistent is this going to be with what we do for Te Karaka Whatututu now?
So through the chair, the water rates have been set by yourselves through the last LTP for Whatututu and Te Karaka. Remember, with Whatututu and Te Karaka, they are part of the general rate across the whole of water rates for the district. So the water provision at Whatututu and Te Karaka is more than what they pay through their rates right now. It is subsidised by the rest of the water take. So what we need to be looking at is going forward, what are the appropriate fees and charges for water connections as they come on? And it's the conversation we'll need to have in Ruatoria once we get a full understanding of the operational cost there, and the same for Moody Wai once we understand the full cost of operations there. So there is a lot more conversation that needs to be had when it comes to the cost of these supplies once we add them in these rural areas. And also remember, we're not the only ones putting these supplies in. There are other supplies being put in by other people, and there's proposals for other places up the coast as well.
Councillor Dowsing. And so.
Thank you. Your last statements lead on to what I wanted to question, which was fair and actual charges for what is being supplied. And would our current water rate be in excess of what may be deemed fair and reasonable for the service they're receiving, or is the cost to deliver that service more than what we currently charge? Theoretically, you put a rates remission in place because they're receiving a lesser service or because you're trying to encourage something. So for example, you may be trying to encourage connections and you may associate the rates remission to their connection time so that they can bear the burden of connection and then join in servicing our network. But I'm trying to understand, which isn't highlighted in here, as to the cost of service to that community and the income we require to provide that service, and whether this remission then is just shifting the burden onto other water users or whether it is meeting their needs.
So through the chair, part of what we want to do is have the time to be able to give you a lot of those details. So when we talk about the cost, there is the actual cost of the water, which I think is about $1.15 a cube. I'll have to, yeah, $1.15 per cube is what it costs us to make water for it to turn up at your tap. What we actually charge you for is the depreciation on the asset that delivers it for $1.15. So the costs are quite complex, and Pauline is probably hating that she's not here and letting me lead this part of the conversation. But a lot of it's around the depreciation, and in particular with Paratahi, it will depend on how we roll out, also what they roll out as part of it, for them, us to then back work out the depreciation costs on that piece of infrastructure that they have put in, but then also what's their component of what's happening with Wainake, the pump stations and all of the other things. So it's sort of as a network and as depreciated network that is shared across all the people who are connecting up to it. So if we want to have a detailed conversation around all of the other ones, that's to happen through the next LTP process when we look at the fees and charges that we set for those water supplies and things that are set at the moment. At the moment, you've made the decision in your LTP to share those across all water users, regardless if it's Whatututu, Te Karaka or Wainake at this stage, our three suppliers. So that's shared across for those equity reasons that you talked, Councillor Dowson.
Yeah. So yes, so that still doesn't give me the information on what principle we're using to apply this rates remission, I guess. Is it based on fair and equitable charge? Is it based on, what is our logic behind this one? Besides the fact that they may have some additional expenses for their connection, I can't see the specific logic used for it. I'm not opposed to it, by the way. I'm going to, actually, you haven't got a seconder yet, and I will second this paper because I do believe a remission is in principle right here, but I just don't understand what we're remitting at this stage and to what quantum.
So through the chair, that's just why we don't want to recommend a remission at this stage. It's why we want to do it as part of the fees and charges, so we can come back to you with a proper methodology for why we will do a remission of any type.
So I guess then, to that point, why bring us the paper at this stage when the detail around what the remission is for isn't available? Because the project is going to go forward anyway, and the water supply is going to be put in place, but we need more information to actually discuss the remission.
Through the chair, it's not guaranteed to go through at this stage. It has to have community consultation as to what it looks like. The rationale for a remission is this is only a top-up supply. It is not mains pressure supply. So it's a lower level of service than what you have if you're on a mains pressure supply, because you're only getting a top-up that's limited at the volume that it can give you every day. So you still need to collect, store, look after, and maintain your own water collection. This is only to top you up, which is why there's the basis for why it should be that the parties that are involved in this are asking for a remission from council. We're saying we can see that we think that is valid, but we need to work through what the costing looks like as part of all of the water rate to then be able to bring you that as part of an LTP process.
So there's components of depreciation of their own assets, for example, their water tank, pumps, and stormwater catchment. So there's depreciation at their end that has an additional charge that other users don't have, as well as the level of service. So I understand that in principle, and I look forward to seeing how this might flesh out.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Do other rate payers on a top-up system have a rate remission applied to them as well?
Through the chair, not at this stage. They charge the full connection rate.
Okay, then I do have a concern with the language of the recommendation. It's too strong at this point, in my view, and I think we should agree in principle to consider a rates remission, but not to actually prepare a rates remission. I think it's a greater commitment that is as many of my colleagues have alluded to, is a long way out. There is other information to fill out the jigsaw puzzle and costings, et cetera, So I'm more than happy to consider I'm more than happy to agree to a recommendation to consider a rates remission, but to prepare a rates remission implies that it's a done deal. And given the equity amongst other communities, as you've just confirmed, who don't receive a rates remission, then this is a bigger discussion to be had.
Okay, we've got Councillor Burdett next.
Thank you. Over a period of time have been here requesting water. I don't know about the top-up suggestion, as you're saying. I think a more detailed paper giving us actual costs, because the only thing that really at the end of the day, I would say both communities would want to know what the annual cost in terms of addition to their current rates will be.
So through the chair, we've informed them it's 236 plus GST is what they would pay if they connected up tomorrow. So if they came in, they would be charged the general rate that everybody is charged when they're connected up. So their response to that was, but it's only a top-up supply. We would like a remission to be considered as part of that. And we've said we can't do that. It has to come up to a council table, which is why we've brought the paper in front of you now. They're after certainty as to whether or not they carry on forward with it. And what they're after is to be able to tell the people who are looking to get this put out front of their properties that council will consider the remission as part of it going forward, because they've said they think the 236 is too high for a top up is why. So that's why the paper sits in front of you now, because they're wanting to see some assurance that council will look to consider the remission to be able to then go forward with it.
Okay, councillor Wasnop, then councillor Prince.
Yeah, my question is around how come council doesn't seem to have anything to do with this in terms of the like whānau kaya essentially have gone out and got the funding, they're fronting up with their own money. Essentially, the only contribution we have is delivering it as per whatever the MOH pays us. So, I mean, I think given that they've really gone to some pretty extreme lengths and they're obviously struggling with the tail end of it in terms of delivering the consultation and actually getting it done, it seems like a bit of a wasted opportunity if our only contribution is to say, hey, look, yes, we're happy to consider a remission in another 3 years from now. I wonder why we're not trying to do more for the community who have actually got off their backsides and are looking to supply water through their own funding mechanism. I think we should be as supportive of that as we possibly can, because it's money that we haven't had to gather rates for. I think, yeah, my question would be, the part of the reason and the affordability is going to be such a consideration in terms of why the remission's needed is because that connection is going to be so expensive. And most of, as whānau kai probably well understands, people's ability to just stump up with a couple of grand is probably quite limited. Has council at any point considered funding the portion that whānau kai is stumping up with so that whānau kai might be able to pay for the connections?
So through the chair, we don't get involved when they're outside the reticulated services boundary. So we are only able to fund things within the reticulated services boundary. We don't have any mandate to connect any extra supplies up or anything like that without a mandate from council to do that.
Obviously, I support the idea, sorry, supplementary. I support what has been moved. I do see in the options that is actually really what we're suggesting is option 2 and option 4, is that right? Because there would essentially be a holiday until the next rate remission, which I'm supportive of that. I'm just mindful of the fact that if for some reason the consultation and the delivery doesn't occur because it's not well supported, that we've lost an opportunity to supply a community that has had water needs for a very long time. And I see that as being we will have let that community down. If it hasn't been, mandated by this table, surely that's an issue that we can address.
Thank you. Councillor Cranston.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I initially had concerns about fairness and equity too. We've got thousands of people with water tanks through this thing, including up to 800 at Wainui. So there's an equity thing that we need to consider. I think there's also 2 ways we're looking at. All I'm hearing at the moment is the word top up, but we're also looking at reticulation, and I think it's either or. Because if we're looking at reticulation on the basis of piping the streets so that it's available at the gate for everyone, we could be looking at 1 kilometre of piping which goes through the town, which people then look at it and saying, well, and I think the figure 8,000 is the plus one, because I've done this 3 times at short lengths, not at, some of them could be quite long lengths. So I think that $8,000 figure to get it from your gate to your house could be light. So people will then look at that number and think, well, 8,000, or shall I go up the road and top up from the tank? So if we were doing that, why would we, without the knowledge of the people are going to connect to that service, why would we run the pipes through the whole town network when, okay, we do want to supply a top up, we'll supply a top up tank, but the cost of reticulating the whole town, piping infrastructure up and down the streets could be very significant, and they might not connect.
So through the chair, when no one's talking a full mains pressure system, the cost would be very prohibitive for Paratahi. We would need another booster station. We would need high pressure pipes that run through there. The cost to Toby of a low pressure system are significantly lower for a top-up supply than it is to top up off a mains pressure system. So the reason why they can do it for the cost that they're talking about is because this is not a sophisticated high pressure system that we have 2 meters underground. This is very much far lesser stuff that's been put in. The cost, and when you talk reticulation, there's always whatever water goes into a house has to come out of a house as well. So there's increased pressure on waste systems and those things if you hook up to a mains pressure supply. So the community have got the funding for this from DOC. They've worked through their costings, they've worked through their options. This is the one that they have put forward. We would also have issues around water pressures if we had another T into mains pressure supply off at that juncture. We would have real issues around maintaining water supply pressure into town as well. So there's a whole range of different considerations why a top-up's able to do, whereas a mains pressure system's not able to be done.
Councillor Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to, in regard to all our discussioning, why we are doing this, in tautoko Councillor Wharahinga in respect to congratulating Te Whanau Kai for the mahi that they have been doing, and knowing this paper's come to us in a time where water is a hot topic throughout not just our here, but the nation. So point 54 on page 28 notes a decision in favour of a rate remission is consistent with community outcomes for resilient communities and connected and safe communities, because such a decision takes into consideration the locality, the specific circumstances. So that to me is what this is about. We've got a collective that have sought funding and are looking at doing better in provision of service, particularly water, to their region. And whilst I respect that the risks are noted, that others may say it's not consistent, but you've noted that in the report, but it gives opportunity for others to perhaps consider vying for funding as well that is available through central government or other networks. So, you know, I respect that this will cause conversation around consistencies that councils always get challenged with. But if we are going to be building resilient, strong communities that are connected, then we need to, in my view, support, as Kerry, Councillor Woolsnop noted, the whānau who are really working hard in their places to make them better and, you know, more resilient. So I think that comment there gives credibility to why we are trying to, why we are supporting this today. So 100% support the construct that's before us, but do want us to ensure we have further and deeper discussions, because it will come up from other smaller and parts of our region, I believe, in the future. Kia ora.
Councillor Robinson.
So a brief point to clarify, Mr. Wilson, I understood you to say that people would have a year's holiday. I didn't see that in the paper. What I did note was that if the connections were 100 metres of their house, they charged a half rate, and a full connection is 237 plus GST per annum. So what are the costs that this community may bear if this scheme goes ahead by July next year? Are people who have it within 100 metres of the house going to be charged a half connection rate in their rates up until the next LTP review?
At this stage, we're proposing to do it as part of the LTP review. So they have to have it in by July 2022. With there will then be connections after that, and that will take time. So the time for those to be put on, we're saying do it as part of, remember, it comes in to enforce, sorry, the fees click in 1st of July 2024. We'll be doing discussions with them before that stage around what those fees and charges look like. We'll have very, very little cost to council for when it does tee in. We're not putting in pump stations, we're not running electricity, we're only talking about water going through to them at that stage. So all of the cost up until that date will primarily be for the establishment cost, which MOH covers, and there will be some that may get some water for a few months before the policy kicks in.
Okay, Councillor Woolsnop. We'll wrap this up.
So just to essentially, without a remission, this would all be up and running, and come 2024, it would immediately start charging everybody $118 a year for having it run past their gate. And what the paper's saying is that that's possibly prohibitively expensive, and that in the absence of a remission, the community will actually let this funding go and not do it. right? Which is an enormous waste, right? That's a huge amount of money that the Ministry of Health has offered that we would just let go. So without signalling a remission as possible, having said that, we still have no certainty. We could offer literally for it to be 100, and that's still too much. So they're essentially taking a bit of a leap of faith. Probably, but remembering that they're probably only going to get one truckload in terms of their top up. It's unlikely that they're going to be topping up 10 tanks. But my point is, I maintain that our recommendation, and I'm hoping that Mr. Wharehunga will support me in this, I think that the recommendation should be agrees in principle to prepare a rate remission for Paratahi community water supply and to aid the proposed community water project meeting its July 22 delivery deadline. I don't think we should be entirely passive. I think that we should be doing what we can to ensure that that consultation occurs and that that funding is delivered. It's a massive wasted opportunity if we don't.
So through the chair, we have said that we will help them with the delivery of this. So this came out of our meeting with the Paratahi community, with MOH and their consultants who are doing the rollout of the work. So they've come to us and we've said this was one of the first topics that came up. So we are more than working alongside them once we get to the rollout of it. And we need to, because it's our asset that they're going to be teeing into. So we've got final say of the designs, and we've been working through and reviewing those designs to make sure that we're comfortable with what it is that's being proposed, because we're going to be picking it up as the asset owner. So we get it gifted back to us as council. So we've been working to make sure everything's what we wanted it to be as part of that too. Or we need it to be, not wanted to be.
Okay, we'll wrap this up. Councillor Princeton.
Just a quick one. I would support dropping of the word prepare and putting in consider.
Yeah,
So
I was going to
as it's worded, I probably wouldn't support, but if that word was consider, I would.
I was going to mention that actually. So what I'll do, I'll put it out there. Has everyone agreed in the recommendation that we change the word from, pardon? That hasn't been moved as yet. Sorry. Okay, sorry. Okay, I'll go back to the mover. Would you be happy with the word prepare to be changed to consider, or are you happy with your move, the recommendation at the moment as it stands?
I did just want to ask Mr. Wilson first, does the change from prepare to consider substantially change the mahi that you guys will be doing moving forward?
Through the chair, prepare is a far stronger way of putting it. Consider means that you will think about doing it, sorry, in layman's terms, that you consider doing it as part of your next long-term plan. Prepare means that we're actively doing it to put it forward. If you say consider, we'll actively do it and put it forward anyway.
Are you comfortable with the, I did want to ask my second, are you comfortable with changing prepare to consider? I feel like that it's, that whatever was going to be prepared, we'd be considering in the future anyway. And kind of changing the word to consider is just kind of saying that we were going to be doing that in the future anyway via the long-term plan. I do want to ask specifically in regards to using the word prepare, would that affect the ability of MOH, Te Whānau Ākai, ourselves in the community to be able to deliver this? Because if the languaging needs to be prepared in order for them to be able to land the project, I'd rather keep it as prepare. However, changing it doesn't substantially affect that, then I'll be open to keeping it as consider.
I'd have to check back with Te Whānau Ākai and MOH. Preference would be prepare because it's the stronger term, would be what I'm expecting to be told, but consider, and we will start the process around doing it, would be what we will need to do as staff anyway. If you say consider it, we're going to have to start doing the work around this pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And the next sort of financial year to actually start getting ready for that anyway.
To be honest, I'm comfortable keeping it with as prepare, to be quite honest, because fundamentally I agreed to this recommendation because around the principles that we've talked about around this table around around fairness. And that's why I'm not too concerned about the, well, I am concerned from a governance level, but I'm not too concerned about the implication that would mean for other areas that do have top-up supply, because I also think that this conversation would be fair for those areas as well. So on that basis of fairness, I'm comfortable keeping the recommendation at prepare.
Okay, do we have a seconder to that?
Yeah, councillor Dowsing, second.
Councillor Dowsing?
Yeah, as seconder, I think our conversation is set enough today to give me confidence that councillors around the table support this, are supportive of this community and are likely supportive of a remission of some type. So without having to delve into how that is delivered today, I'm happy with prepare.
Okay. All right, it's been moved by, I'll read the recommendations out, agrees that the Operations Committee agrees in principle to prepare a rate remission for Paratahi Township water supply, subject to the proposed community water project meeting its July 2022 delivery deadline. Moved by councillor Freilinger, seconded by councillor Dowsing. All those in favour? Move, carried. Against? Right, okay. Division? Okay, can we have? Yeah, okay. All right, okay, well, we're actually running a bit behind schedule here, but we will stop for morning tea. But before we do, I'd just like to apologise. I'd like to welcome Michelle Frey to the new director of Livable Communities. She's been here for a while, but this is her first operations committee. So welcome, Michelle, and hope everything's been working well for you in your new role. And I'm sure you'll be excelling for the future. We look forward to working with you. Okay, we're going to have a slight change of our agenda. We're going to go to the Tairāwhiti Museum Annual Plan. That's on page 60, just so we don't have to keep Eloise waiting. And I see Michael's gone, unfortunately. So, yes. Good morning, Eloise.
Good morning.
Okay, this is just a noting report, but would you like to say anything about the annual plan?
Yes, so a few things about the annual plan. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here at your hui today. Really pleased to present an annual plan for the forthcoming year. Looking forward to presenting an annual report at the next meeting, but the annual plan for now, we are continuing on with our work program as usual. We are weathering the impacts of COVID-19 well, and because of our, as I think I said at our last meeting, because of the strong community support and community-led programming and really strong visitation, we're really feeling really confident about the year ahead. A couple of the things coming up that are really key in terms of our relationship with the council, though, which has been mentioned already, are the renewal of the lease, which comes to its first right of renewal at the end of this year, and then a renegotiation of the contract for services, which needs to happen for July onwards next year. So my feeling at the moment in terms of progress, we haven't heard anything from council for a long time in terms of how that's progressing. I'm getting a little bit anxious as time is ticking on, that I want us to have a really thorough process and not a rushed process. So I'm really keen that some more feedback and speed is sort of applied to that. So just because of the capacity of the museum to be able to respond quickly to any discussions or any information that might be needed. So that's really key for us. And it is coming for us at the same time as actually having to renew a contract for services with the Ministry of Education, which is our a very key funder for us. So both of those renewals of contracts are hitting at the same time. So feeling a little bit stretched there, but hopefully we'll be able to work together to work on that. The other key thing that I did want to raise, and Michael Muir, our chair, he apologises, he couldn't stay, he's had to head off to Wairoa this morning, is that we're continuing to have problems with the roof. It's incredibly frustrating that we're still regularly having leaks. If it rains heavily in the middle of the night, I have to rush down to the museum in a panic, you know, what's happening, water running down the walls. And it's just not a position that we want to be in also as well in terms of coming up to a lease renewal and the council not meeting its responsibilities under the lease arrangement. So I did want to highlight that at this level because it's been reactive rather than proactive in terms of
communicating that problems with the roof to
we have been. I think we're just at a point now where we need to come up with some solutions to solve the problem, because being reactive in terms of patching something or removing leaves, it's not actually
on the roof with leaves and drainage.
There's been a little bit of work done, but it's still we still have some problem areas in the roof where we have a leaking building, and when you have a museum and you're caring for taonga, you don't want to have a leaking building, and it's also preventing us with some of our internal capital works that we might want to do. So I'm just flagging that now that it's an ongoing issue for us, and with the lease renewals coming into the picture as well, really like to see some action there.
Sure,
yeah.
Okay. I mean, I don't want to spot, sorry. But yeah, okay, no, we're all ears.
And I'm sorry to lay it out plainly like that, but that's
Yeah,
where we are, and I want to be clear about it.
We'll plan a response and yeah, we'll try and get something happening there. Have you finished what you wanted to say?
Absolutely, but well, thank you for your continuing support in all other ways for the year we have ahead. We have a really exciting exhibition program, education program. So we're going into the next year with a lot of positivity. And as I say, domestic visitation and all of those sorts of things. We've seen really, really great results from the year past. So even though we won't have a lot of international tourists already, we're not feeling too worried about that. We're feeling like community visitation and support and domestic visitation is filling that gap. So we might see some, in the years to come when we have international visitors back, who knows what's going to happen. So that's a real positive.
Congratulations, it's a fantastic facility and something that this region can certainly be proud of. It's has some amazing displays and it's awesome. Okay, is there any questions for Alex?
Thank you for a very positive report. The question of the roof, that is our responsibility and David will get it fixed.
It's certainly been an ongoing issue, and while we know what's happened in the past, I mean personally, I certainly didn't realise it was. I thought it'd been fixed myself, but obviously not. So yes, certainly work to be done.
Through the chair, there's been a number of reports to committees, different committees about the roof at the museum and the ongoing things. We'll recirculate those reports to the committee so you can see where things are sitting.
Councillor Hartberg. And
Kia ora, Eloise, thank you so much for the report and all the aspirational kind of forward thinking that's been put into it. I just wanted to ask you, in hearing obviously the roof there was still some leaky issues there. Is there a sense, I mean, I was thinking as you were talking, we're just getting this amazing new pool facility, the Kiwa Pools, 40 million from our government. And I was thinking about equity and infrastructure. And I feel like our museum could do with some input from a central government's kind of museum theatres kind of framework. And I wondered, does that happen? How are you feeling? Are we just kind of plodding along in this instance? You've mentioned already about the lease agreement and other frameworks. So other than us getting to hurry along with giving you feedback, etc., direction wise, overall though, are you feeling that our museum is currently fit for purpose and is getting its needs met and those aspirations you have are all of ours?
I think I share, thank you, Meredith, and I think I share your, the museum as a facility does need love. It is a building that requires a lot of maintenance and it's an aging facility. It's, it's grown over the years, so it has a range of challenges around it, things like the Star of Canada and other aspects. So it's a complex building. There are opportunities there through central government around development that we've accessed before in terms of, for example, the new wing. So those opportunities are out there. So I think that as we renew the lease and we look to the future, I think it's really important that we are really thinking about the lifespan, how we can maintain the building so it will last as long as it can, and really thinking about the future of the facility. That's got to be part of our discussion, certainly part of the thinking of the board in terms of our long-term planning around the museum.
Councillor Sheldrake.
Thank you. I see the council put 764K into the museum. The Ministry of Education contracts you are the big income stream. Is that sort of locked and loaded well?
So,
is it, ongoing and yeah?
So it has been ongoing. Funding has been flat, but we've had consistent funding for many years now through the LEOTC, which is Learning Experiences Outside the Classroom scheme. So we are awaiting a request for proposals. They are changing the criteria of the scheme slightly this year, but we're consistently one of their highest performing museums in terms of delivery of services, and they're very keen as well to see equity of delivery of these types of services spread around the country. So I'm feeling confident based on feedback that we will continue to have a contract. So what we're expecting is a new 3-year contract that will be put in place. So
the supplementary, and I think, did I see 14 staff? Are they full-time or are they?
It's 12 full-time equivalent staff. And occasionally we have staff that might come on a contract basis for special projects. And we also have a pool of volunteers as well.
Okay, we've got next up Councillor Seymour. No, okay, Councillor Cranston.
Thanks. It'll probably come back through Dave's report and that, but I just did want to get some clarity because there was significant amount put into the roof. Did it not fix the problem that it was contracted to fix, or is the problem moved?
I will answer that unless David wants to. No.
I'm just saying, 'cause-
Well, this is my view, and I'm not a roofer, and that the roof is aging. The approach was taken rather than to put on a new roof or do any alterations to sort of patch fix the roof. And to do other things to enable people to get on the roof, to remove leaves and those sorts of things. But it's an aging roof, and there are some problematic parts of the roof structure in terms of where the drainage and the angles and all those sorts of things where it hasn't fixed the problem. So sort of reactive patch fixing isn't. There's some underlying issues around design and things. That's my non-roofing view.
See what Dave brings back to us.
All right, Councillor Hughes.
I'm happy to move the noting report as long as David fixes the roof.
Okay, Councillor Dowling.
I'm not going to let Mr. Wilson dodge it quite so easily, I don't think. So through the chair, circulating the reports is all well and good, but we're not making a paper mache roof. It's sort of, we need some action there, I guess. Do the reports identify what is actually happening? And because we've already expended the budget and sent it elsewhere to fix the pontoons at the marina and the wharf. So we've spent the budget. We had an action plan to do maintenance repairs on there instead of replace, because the budget for replacement came in too high. We have had numerous reports, but it doesn't seem like the action plan resolved the issue. What are the actions going forward? Not the past reports.
Through the chair, we'll get a paper brought to the next committee meeting for operations to tell you what's happened today, what the plan is going forward, what we did, and those kind of issues that are still need to be outstanding, all of that kind of stuff. But we need to talk to the asset managers. I don't know. I'd have to ask.
Penny, yeah, would you like? We're going to put you on the spot.
Oh, you're right. So, I'm sorry, I wasn't listening.
I'll repeat them just in short.
Okay.
So no, this isn't a presentation. This is a report in my paper, and I've got the floor. Thank you.
Yeah,
no, I had not.
Yeah, Councillor Seymour, Councillor Dowsey has the floor at the moment.
No. Thank you, Penny. My question was, we have had many reports on this. We've now spent the budget that was associated to the roof repairs or renewal. We spent it elsewhere because we had a plan to do maintenance repairs instead of replacement. We now hear that the leaks are ongoing. What is the strategy now? Do we need to assign more budget, or is there still additional works to be done that will repair the leaks?
So the council's role with the museum building itself, not the other buildings, not Wiley Cottage, Star of Canada, Leisner House, those are council buildings. The museum owns the museum building, and the council's role is to keep repairs and maintenance of the museum building itself. So that's watertightness of the roof for sure. And so it was, as you know, a capital project, which potentially was not really the role of the council, and then it's swiveled to be a water tightness project, and which was done. But the nature of the building, and it's exactly the same with the original part of the library, same architect, same builders, still leaks. And yeah, we know that, and the museum team knows exactly where it leaks in there, and it's in part due to keeping things clear, and it definitely needs some work around certain points where the angled roofing meets together in particular. So yeah, so it's still a water tightness project, as it is at the library, continues on 50 years after they were built.
Yeah,
So
sorry,
if the
I guess-
museum wished to
I guess to my
replace the
point
roof, that would be a capital project.
Sorry, to
Yeah.
my point, we had a project to replace the roof and staff brought us a recommendation, which was to do maintenance on that roof, and it could repair that problem for cheaper. And then we could use the leftover budget for marina and wharf pontoon upgrades, which we have done. So we were given the advice to make a recommendation to do maintenance repairs on that roof instead of a capital project of replacement.
Yeah.
Council had a capital roof replacement in its strategy, and then we're advised by staff that it was unrequired.
Yep,
And
that's correct.
now we find that the work that we've done there has not resolved the problems, because the problems identified from the beginning were roof structure design, where there are internal valleys in the roof structure.
Yep,
that
that's
leak
correct.
into this. So what I'm trying to get to is that there's no point in bringing the past reports back to us, because we've now got no budget set aside for a capital project. We've undertaken a bunch of maintenance work that hasn't resolved anything, and we now are in the position where we need to renew that capital works project to replace the roof if we want to resolve this issue. And it's not about whose responsibility it is. We had already taken the responsibility previously and set a capital works project in place for this. And now we know that what was recommended to us didn't work.
So through the chair, if I can just jump in there, I've got the report sent through to me. When we looked at it and we had 5 different experts go out and have a look at the roof to give different points of view on what could stop the leaking in the roof. As we've said, it's the design of the roof with the internal gutters that clog with leaves. We would have to change the complete pitch of the roof and redesign the whole roof design structure in order to stop the leaves landing where they do now. Basically, they fall down and in, blocks the gutter, overflows. It's a maintenance issue that needs to be resolved around the clearing of the leaves, and the gutters would be the first solution to make sure that the gutters aren't clogging. Changing it to long run roofing, no, that's not going to work. It's a complete rebuild of that roof. The council decision was not to do that. It was around to make it safer and easier to be able to go up and do those things. But it just missed the idea of the roof, because that was going to be a substantial cost, which wouldn't have been able to within the budgets that we had apportioned at the time.
So supplementary, is the maintenance not being done then that is required to stop this roof leaking? Are you suggesting that we don't clear the gutters enough to stop the roof from leaking, and we should send someone up there every time before it rains?
Through the chair, I understand we do the maintenance. It's the volume of leaves that are falling in. It's around the trees and the leaves falling into the gutters and making sure they get cleared more regularly.
I'm sorry to press the point, but it's not that the maintenance of that roof, the maintenance schedule of that roof is then not possible. If the quantity of leaves that is falling on that roof continues to block it, and any maintenance schedule we do still allows that roof to leak, then the maintenance is impractical and another solution is required. So it's not a maintenance issue, unless we cut all the trees down around the building, but there's not a lot of appetite for that in our community, is there? But it's yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. Councillor Akara-Brown, did you have? Okay, Councillor Seymour.
Thank you. I completely concur with the conversation, but I thought it was a conversation we might have had later, because one of the questions I was going to ask and the concept of, and I decided to keep quiet, but now we've been allowed to stray from our rules, which are only ask questions of the report officer, and so we may as well all do it. So my question was going to be, when we are about to embark on a new lease, was the roof managed properly? You raised the point that there are issues with it, because we're quite right. We had a new design for the roof, as well as all of what Councillor Dowsing has just said, so I won't bother to repeat that. So it would seem to me that, and I don't believe without checking, that it's in our 10-year plan for re-roofing the whole of the museum. So to avoid these constant issues, it would seem to me that we actually need to at least understand what, and Mr. Wilson's offered to bring back the reports, that's one part of it, but we need to understand what a complete re-roofing and design would look like with long run iron or whatever is going to be much more practical. And I remember there were some heritage issues around the construction of the museum, and it was designed by one of our significant architects, but not all of that is irrelevant. And some of those trees are, well, not irrelevant, but don't help the roof. Some of those trees are evergreen, so they don't just drop their leaves in autumn, they drop them all year round. So just like Councillor Dowsing said, it seems like the ongoing maintenance, you'd have someone up there nearly all the time. So I would like to think that with the at our side of the table, when it comes to the renewed lease, there's a proper understanding of what's required to actually put a safe roof on that museum. Otherwise, we'll have this conversation every year.
Through the chair, so we suggest we'll come back with another report on that, as Mr. Wilson had outlined. Just want to be clear though, there are two issues here in terms of the roof, and there's maintenance issues. So under our current lease, there is an arrangement with the museum in terms of maintaining. So we just need to be clear as to whose responsibilities it is. So we'll come back with a paper. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Okay, it's a noting report. So all those in favour? Right, well, thank you.
So through the chair, I'd like to invite Tyler Kirk up to speak to this report.
Morena koutou. Appreciate your initial enthusiasm to this one. Two reports in front of you today pertaining to the implementation of the community facility strategy. Both pretty exciting in my view. First one that's here is with regard to our early wins projects. So that strategy is being implemented through two work streams. We're developing a business case that's proposing a partnership with the Crown to address our biggest and most expensive facilities deficits. But in the meantime, we're getting on as a region, using our own resources and funding the projects that we can't afford not to, and that we can afford to. So one of those is a storage facility at Anzac Park for Waka. It's a project that's been 20 years in the making. The club have a design for an open air storage facility that they've found some initial funding for. And they're seeking from us today a lease contingent on funding for that facility. That lease is 10 years with 2 10-year right of renewals. They're also seeking approval of their concept and an endorsement to seek further funding.
I'm happy to move it, and if you can push it through quickly, I think that'd be awesome. When we think about the quantum of users compared to the space being allocated, I think it's pretty reasonable compared to some of the other spaces. So I'm happy to move it. I think it'll be a great win for the club.
Okay, no worries. Your worship.
I would like to speak in support of this paper. I have been dealing, and I've written a support letter for them as well on behalf of council when they go out and get their external funding. And what Councillor Hughes said is so true. If you take a look at this paper, this has been coming for so long. And I know that they've done some community consultation way back, but I think it's a very worthy sport. They are engaging with youth in our region. They play a massive part in lots of kids and adults' lives. It's a great sport. It feels, because this Maraekura Waka Ama Club, if I recall correctly, they brought Waka Ama to Gisborne, so to New Zealand. So they have worked hard. They are in the process to fundraise to build this facility. So I am very happy to support this.
Okay, Councillor Akahara-Brown.
I wasn't sure if Neil was going to second it, but so.
It's already been seconded by
It has been.
Councillor Verde.
He's pretty swift on Mr. Secondary over there. Of course, I'm absolutely excited because as I've been singing for the last decade, it's been a long time coming. So I want to congratulate the work that's been done to get it to this point today, but also congratulate you for using local architect, Mr. Kingsby. I've seen his work and it's exciting to see more of it. But also in our role as council, you know, we look at the region and its whole essence of health and wellness, and all this project promotes so much more in it. And we know we're very champions in this region, and the Olympic Games will soon have Waka Ama in the mix alongside our champion rowers. But I just wanting to ask, you know, just in regards to the whole construct of this build, we often get, I guess, questioned in the risk space of a tsunami framework. I see it's in the report noted that risk, but are there kind of the build of its structure has noted the concrete and the wood, but that would be something that we'd get, I guess, asked, did we consider that along with all the builds around the rivers, our awa. And the other thing was, is there a precedent or push, because we have had a group of people come and share about the well-being of the awa itself. So this to me promotes, you know, work to be done to continue to ensure the safety of our waka paddlers in our awa that has had significant pollution for decades. So I kind of feel excited that this project can also work on how we can mitigate and take back a biodiverse, you know, kind of construct to that space. So really I'm saying thank you so much for being here today. His actual name is Rick, no, Tyler, for this work, and we totally wholeheartedly support it and look forward to it. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Wharianga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, definitely agree with the sentiments around the table that it's about time. I wanted to speak to this paper in support of it because stand to support it actually, because our region is world leading in terms of waka ama. Everywhere else in the world they call it outrigging, but our region is world leading in the waka ama space, and it is because of Maraekura Club, specifically because of Greg Mātahi Whakataka Brightwell, and his name needs to be mentioned around this table in regards to this. Every innovation that has occurred across over our country in regards to waka ama has been because of that man. Every innovation, even down to the design of the paddles, every innovation that has that specifically Maraekura Waka Ama Club will trial at our nationals will appear and across every other club at the following nationals, and then in every other nation's teams at the worlds. I've seen the influence of Maraekura of Te Tai Rāwhiti Waka Ama on a world scale. My daughter competed at the worlds. There were representatives from the Olympics there at that time, having a look over the worlds. This was in the worlds that was in Australia, around possibility of inclusion in regards to Olympics. It didn't happen. It was another sport that we're really good at on the coast, surfing, which was picked up, which was kind of more of a focus. But this has been, for me in my time that I've been a councillor, this has been one of those things that has been a bugbear for me, because we are world leaders in the sport, and both of our world leading clubs, Maraekura and Horota Waka, have had to leave all of their taonga just on the dirt, on the grass. We're international champions in regards to this. So I fully endorse our lease. Even if the funding doesn't fully come to fruition on behalf of Maraekura, I will still endorse our lease for them in the hopes in the future mahi that will occur in order to be able to land funding for them. This is, to me, this only goes a part way to actually recognise the eliteness that the sport has, not only for ourselves, not only for our nation, but also internationally as well. So yes, so a huge shout out to Māori Kura, huge shout out to the Whakataka Brightwell whānau, huge shout out to our other wakama, our world leading wakama, Whaporota Wakahoi. For me, this is about time. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Robinson.
My fellow colleagues have said it all. This is a fantastic day. Couple of thoughts popped into my mind when I read this paper based upon discussions we had yesterday about another lease. And are the standard terms or restrictions in this proposed lease, do they have things like non-commercial activity, alcohol-free activity, et cetera, Mr. Wilson? Are they part of our standard ground leases?
My understanding is they will be because it's on a public reserve, so it's part of the leases that are on the reserve. So I'd have to check, but yes, would be my first answer.
Councillor Dowsing.
Thank you. It's already been said that it's an amazing business finally being done, and an incredibly modest design, in my opinion. You know, have been asking for a long time and haven't actually been asking for that much. It seems it's incredible what they, the simplicity of what they're doing. What I'd really like to support, though, is that council has a responsibility in placemaking, and this is an elite level of sports for our area, and they haven't requested any gym facilities or any of those kind of things. But this is a perfect space to do outdoor gym equipment, to put supportive infrastructure around what they're already doing. So I'd like to see a broader plan for the park over time that includes some of that additional infrastructure that council can supply outside of this project. Thank you.
Okay, is there any, Councillor Beard?
And I think over the years, I would have been to 4 or 5 meetings, not only with Maraikura, but with Hirota. This is well deserved, Mr. Chairman. I hope we make the right decision. I was fortunate enough to go to the last Worlds, following both Maraikura, Hirota, and the 2 other clubs that participate within our district. So good on them. You know, when you look at these young people who are involved in this sport, it's amazing. They are future leaders in our district in terms of the sport. So I totally can support this. That's why I seconded it.
Thank you. Okay, we've got, we'll move on. We've got the recommendations. Do you want me to read the recommendations out? Okay, it's been moved by Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Burdett. All those in favour? Aye. Right. Carried. And, I'd also just like to acknowledge Matahi and Rapoya Brightwell as well. They've been fantastic role models for this region, and Maraikura is the same. So yeah, and it's a proud day for the whole region. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on now to report 2142 for the proposed Rootney Road kindergarten upgrade. That's on page 41.
And through the chair, I'd like to invite Zoe Tombs to come up and speak to this report.
Morena councillors, I'm here to bring you the report for Gisborne Free Kindergarten Association for Rootney Road. They are currently leasing part of Rootney Road at the moment, and the request is to lease the entire reserve for construction of new educational facilities. And this will grow that operation and include some Pacifica immersion facilities, as well as Puna Reo Maori immersion facilities for the community. They currently do have a waiting list of approximately 40 families. So there is a need for it. So that's kind of a brief. There has been public notification already, which has gone out to the paper. And on our website, we've had no submissions from the public with regards to that. And we have also had our own consultation where we've sent someone to talk to the neighbouring properties. Again, they did not put anything forward to public notification, but there was only 3 people that were opposed, and most of that was to do with the actual buildings themselves, which is not why we're here. We're here to discuss the lease primarily. Yeah, that sums it up, really.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. Any questions at all? Councillor Follingham.
Sorry, I have no questions. I'm comfortable moving this paper, and the reason why I'm comfortable moving this paper is because this subject was brought up to us earlier in the last year in regards to the future plans and future aspirations of the Kindergarten Association for that space. And at that time, I recall us having discussions around this table because they had intimated to us that they're ideally wanting to go for this amount of funding, and this was the ideas, but they needed to have some surety around size of the block, all of those kinds of things. So off the back of those signal conversations, I'm more than comfortable with moving this paper.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Akahara-Brown.
Me and Josh are in the same space today as far as some of the mahi we're before us as council is big and future thinking, and this particularly subject is. So I want to second this because of the work that has been done by our Gisborne Kindergarten Association, acknowledging the need within our region. We see nationally shortage in teachers and the need in that space as well. So if it can highlight the need for more training for ECE staff, then to me the benefit is knowing we've got the facilities for the training to go ahead and happen in. The fact that there's a bicultural construct as well, of course, with the reo, it is exciting. Our region is always trying to push the envelope and being first in things. So I know that we've had some dialogue in respect to concerns, in respect to land that council has, but I want to support this project because again, we've talked through, and as Josh, Councillor Farahing has noted, we have had some good conversations to this. They've done due diligence. They want to do this and get on with the job. And it is in a time where there's discussions around land use. So I support it though, because I think it's what we need in our region, looking at the numbers that were presented previously. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Dowsing, and then
Thank you. Yes, I was just going to speak in support as well. And really fundamentally, it's that as our community grows in population, we need larger and more facilities. And this is important that we have adjoining land to an existing facility that can be expanded. It's a perfect opportunity for us to support the needs of our community. So it makes perfect sense to me, and I'm glad that we're supportive.
Councillor Seymour.
Thank you. Thanks very much. And yes, we've certainly been aware that the Kindergarten Association are keen to move there. I've just got 2 questions, and one is 13, bullet point 13 on page 43, talks about the 2 council-owned buildings that are unusable. But I just wonder whether we haven't thought of tendering them for removal, because people are restoring all kinds of older buildings, and you can actually allow someone to take that away and actually make use of it and clear the site, can be a condition of the tender for removal with quite fixed timeframes. And I just think rather than pulling it down and burning the material or whatever else might have been going to be done with the material, we should give someone the opportunity to actually reuse that material. And then I would like to know, was there a resource consent be necessary for the construction? And I mean a resource consent, not a building consent, because that's quite different to what was on the land already. So will they be required to submit a resource consent for the purposes of additional build on something that was actually a croquet field?
So speaking through the chair, that has been thought about with particularly the clubhouse. That building is probably the more secure of the buildings, shall we say, to be removed, and we are happy if that's an option that we can look at. The other 2, from the indication that we got when we had the condition assessments, it looks as if demolishment probably is the better option in terms of safety. We are also unsure with regards to asbestos. But yeah, as I said, that's an option that can be looked at.
Resource consent.
Yeah, and resource consent, the kindergarten have already looked into that. I think they have already started having conversations. So resource consent and building consent will be something that they will sort. They have mentioned with regards to resource consent, they will also be doing their own consultations again with the community. My opinion of the group, they have been very vocal with the community in terms of going out to them, which has been great to see. So they are still willing to continue that through the resource consent process.
I would have thought council supplementary through the chair, I would have thought council officers would know whether a resource consent for a complete reuse was necessary, because we should be giving some advice to these groups. I mean, we're the people that are supposed to be the experts on when you need a resource consent and you don't. And it would be helpful to the Kindergarten Association, I might have thought, and any other organisation, if we could say, yes, the current use is X and you're changing it to Y, you need a resource consent.
Through the chair, I was going to ask Ms Montgomery, but I'm pretty sure that Ms Halley may have the answer to that as the planner.
Through the chair,
Speaking.
Kia ora. Through the chair, I'm Bess Halley. I'm a planning consultant and I'm working on behalf of the Gisborne Kindergarten Association. We've been working on the resource consent application for the past year, and we're really close to lodging it. We had hoped to get the lease approved before lodging resource consent, but hasn't worked out that way. We're well and truly into the resource consent. We've spent thousands on expert reports and we're really close to lodging. So yeah, thank you.
Thanks very much. I thought that would probably be the case. Can I just go back then supplementary to the issue of inviting tenders for removal, because council spends bucket loads of money on new things, but we're not very quick at actually getting some income back from the things we don't need anymore. And at the end of the day, this is the ratepayers' money. And if we actually made it available, all you do is put a small ad in the paper. You're only thinking about it. I mean, we take so long to actually do business type things. It would be just helpful if the buildings have to be removed, then they have to be removed. And you may well get an offer for the removal of them and clearing the site. And whether there's asbestos or not, that's a commercial operation which people that remove buildings do all the time. Doesn't mean it can't be done.
Can I just jump in regards to Councillor Seymour's discussion here, because I did seek staff personally, because I know some people who were interested in taking the buildings off site. So council staff were very helpful and helped us have some people look at those buildings in light of some interest, if you like. So I just want to say, Councillor Seymour, we did have some people have a look to see where those buildings were at regarding knowing someone who can restore stuff. But certainly there was a builder and others that looked at those. That was a mechanism that I just went and looked into myself.
Just through the chair, I'd just like to reiterate that we're happy to put it out to tender. It's not an issue, so we can do that and go through a standard process.
Councillor Worsnop.
Hi, thank you very much for the report, and well done to all the mahi that's gone into putting the plans together. I'm going to raise an issue just, I guess, on behalf of the portion of our community that are continually screaming at us for housing availability and note the options in there. And my question is whether there have been any discussions with the kindergarten around taking a smaller portion, given that the remaining area is probably sufficient for 16 or 17 400-metre sections. It is quite a large area, and I'm aware of the fact that the plans do look awesome, but that we have a lot of expectations on us as a council to utilise what land we have in a way that benefits as many people as possible as well. So my question was around, have those discussions taken place? I know it's not going to be a popular discussion because we've got an awesome entity who's done a lot of work, but I think it's on us to make sure that we do ask those questions as well.
So if I can just answer that through the chair. This site is one that's reserved. We can't sell it as it is. It's a lease situation. I think the committee's aware there's a wider case being put and checking across all of our reserves and council-owned land that we have across the district that are going to be considered potentially for social housing. So that's part of a different piece of work that's undertaken at the moment. This one here is not the size of land that we would look to do something like that on, and particularly because we can't sell it because it's a reserve. So that's why this is the preferred option at this stage.
Thank you for that. And just supplementary, one thing that I did note under financial considerations, it was very light. Do we have an idea of what the lease would be worth?
Through the chair, we do have a lease calculator that we would need to look at. It would be a land-only lease. I haven't looked into it at this stage, but it wouldn't be a great sum for them. Probably just in the low thousands, but that's something that I would need to look into and confirm.
Thank you. Okay. Right, I've got a mover in Councillor Dowsing and a seconder, Councillor Seymour. No, sorry. I've got a mover in Councillor Forringer and Councillor Akahara Brown. And I won't read out the recommendations. There's a lot there to read out. So everyone's read it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Carried. Thank you. Okay. We will move on to Community Facilities Strategy Update, which is on page 51. And then after that, we're going to change because Councillor Worsnop needs to leave early and then wants to hear about the Northern and Southern Township upgrade. So we'll go into that straight after this. Okay. If that's if everyone approves, is any objections at all? Okay. We're on page 51, Community Facilities Strategy Update. Okay. We'll listen to what to say first, and we'll.
Our second update on the implementation of the Community Facilities Strategy. For context, the Community Facilities Strategy was a process that began in 2016, was endorsed in 2018, and one of the key findings from that was that we can't afford to address our facilities deficits on our own. The cost of meeting our basic needs for facilities and getting to a standard reflective of the rest of the country was over 100 million, 100 to 150. So the only course of action from there was to develop a business case to partner with the Crown to address some of those. So what we've said is that we want to improve regional wellbeing by improving our facilities, because we know if people have good access to sport and recreation facilities, then it's going to have benefits that extend far beyond sport and recreation. It's health, it's education, it's the connectivity of our communities. That business case was presented to Sustainable Tairāwhiti in December, and the committee moved to endorse that progressing to government. They noted that from the options that were presented, that there were options to look at, or there are opportunities to look at that configuration again, knowing that there was going to be feedback continually included in that business case. So since then, we have had feedback that's been bundled in to the business case, and that's affected how we're talking to government, the strength of the wellbeing case that we're proposing, and the configuration of facilities. So this business case is about a week from completion, and we're wanting to take this to government alongside a range of regional priorities for investment in September. So to speak through how it's changed since Sustainable Tairāwhiti endorsed it, when it was presented to Sport New Zealand, they wanted to see a wellbeing analysis that aligned to some work that they're commissioning themselves, which we have. What we've shown is that this investment is going to deliver at least $1.91 return on investment for every dollar that the government is investing in our region. Through presenting it to Rotorua Order, iwi leaders wanted to see more investment into Kaiti. So consulting with that community around how that would best be done, where we landed was to build an indoor facility at Waikirikiri Park, similar to the proposal that was put forward by Papa Whāriki some time ago and that sat in a previous long-term plan. So So what we're proposing is a $30 million 3 to 5 court indoor stadium at Waikiki Kitty Park. The options for river sports and for an East Coast hub at Whakatua Park remain the same. For field sports options, we had a good hard look as a partnership working group at what was being proposed, what was previously a $45 million outdoor field sports hub at Gisborne Golf Park. There was a range of feedback that we were getting. A significant amount had already been invested in community sport facilities by the government, Midway and Rugby Park in particular, which kind of affected the fundability and the operational feasibility of a $45 million mega hub at Gisborne Park. The other part of that proposal is we were looking at 12 fields ultimately at Gisborne Park at a cost of $45 million. What we found is that by reworking that proposal, we could still get 10 quality fields at Harry Barker Nelson Park, a park that's relatively underutilized in winter, and deliver the same wellbeing benefit and participation benefit. So by spending $10 million instead of 45, we're giving the government a far better deal. And value for money is so important right now when the anecdotal feedback is that the government stimulus tap is starting to slow down a little bit. So we need to go with a really sharp business case. We're still saying that as a region, if we want to build a really large outdoor field sports hub, if our participation goes through the roof in 20 years, Gisborne Park Golf Club is the only place to do that, but we don't need it today. So that's a non-funded consideration now in the business case, and we're saying let's invest where we get the greatest return on investment, and let's put that into Harry Barker Nelson Park now. We're going to invest in a smart way with relocatable buildings, minimizing the regretful spend so that those are assets that we can take with us anywhere we go. What we're seeking today from the committee is your endorsement for this case to go to government in September. We've got a really good opportunity to take this alongside a portfolio of regional investments. It's endorsed by Sport Gisborne, Tairāwhiti and Trust Tairāwhiti as it stands. And we're seeking the committee's endorsement.
Okay, it's been moved by Councillor Burdett, seconded by Councillor Terry, sorry. Yep. Councillor Sheldrake. Okay, we've got Councillor Hughes.
Yes, I'd just like to speak in support of it. So when I first approved the initial proposal going out to government last year, we wanted to ensure that the locations weren't set in stone and that those would be fixable. We've gone out to the community. I think it's a win-win. Park get to keep their course, Thistle get to keep their field, Waikiki Park get what they've longed for and something over the bridge. I live across the road from Harry Barker, so I'm happy, which is one of the main things. And yeah, I don't think everything needs to be in a super hub. Again, is that the scale we want? If it's going to take 15, 20 years down the track, what do we do as sports for the next 10 years? And I think this gives us some quick wins. So happy to endorse it.
Okay, Councillor Cranston.
I've been over this for many years, probably 15, and it came about from the concept of hubbing, which was government driven at that time as the practical way to do things. So I'm very excited about the early wins and support them all unreservedly. They're all things that have been in front of us several times and all things that are worthy of support, and good to see that they can be in the front of the queue. My concern though is with one of the hubs. We've got, initially it was going to be a hub concept, and now that has been diluted and diluted again. We've got in the report saying there's 4 hubs, but you cannot call Harry Barker and Nelson Road a hub. It is 2 locations separated by a river. So the advantages of a hub is parking, lighting, toilets, fencing, accessing, managing pavilions, changing sheds. And the advantage of a hub is having all that in one location with all the efficiencies that that brings. So I still feel that we should be looking at Park Golf Course, because that is identified in the report as something we'll probably have to look at in 20 years anyway, if demand is there. So do it once, do it right. Our greatest return is going to be on that Park Golf area, because it then finishes a hub. You've got Rugby Park there, you've got the event centre there, and you've got golf there. And as far as golf goes, we were given direction from Golf New Zealand that 9-hole golf was a direction that was well defined, and it was a direction that golf was going. And then if you added in things like driving ranges and putting facilities to that 9-hole facility, you would have something that was very in demand for the community and very strong. But we seem to have been influenced very strongly, very quickly, and we've taken it out of the picture when, to me, it is still clearly the best place for a hub, and a hub, not a group of hubs. The whole word hub isn't about grouping here, grouping there, grouping there. So we've lost so many efficiencies of funding and just all the efficiencies of hubbing by Harry Barker and Nelson Road splitting it there when you're going to have to double up on just about all those things that the hub advantages are. So I'm kind of disappointed that it went that way. And I just, we've got to sit here and think about the greater good. The greater good at the golf park is thousands of people. The good at the moment at Great Park is probably 100. And another criticism I had was that government had heard that it was going to upset some people at golf, but who gave them the message? How was that message given to the government? The government should be hearing from us that we've had a real good look at this. And sure, it doesn't matter, even when we go to Nelson Road, Harry Parker, there's going to be someone that's going to get in the paper and say, that's a silly thing to do. That's what happens. I mean, we had so many people objecting to the walkway, cycleway down on the beach. So all the neighbours are going, oh, I don't want to borrow that, Now people have seen that greater good. And that's what we're about as a council. The greater good is a hub. This isn't a hub. So then, do we turn around in 20 years and say, well, we put millions and millions and millions into these two areas? Well, we kind of need a hub. And then what happens? There'll be no money. So I'm really conflicted because I've been behind this for so long that I don't want to, it's kind of a real shame that I've got to a position now where I'm unsupporting of something that I've been so involved in for so long. And that's my rationale behind it. So, yeah, there it is.
Thank you. Councillor Wharehinga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I do want to. I support this. I support this paper. At the start, I do want to acknowledge Councillors Dowsing and also Councillor Cranston. It was us three that were involved at the first kind of conversations in regards to the whole community facility strategy stuff when the hubbing stuff was like one of the preeminent topics in regards to where we wanted these things to land. But contrary to Councillor Cranston, over the process and over the period of time that we were having those conversations with the community, it was very apparent that trying to do those collective hubs weren't going to be as smart a solution as we initially thought. For instance, with Waka, one of the early conversations was around hubbing all of our Wakaama facilities. But one of the things about hubbing all of our Wakaama groups together is that they're distinctly separate entities, and the separateness of them has helped create that culture of just really elite Wakaama here in Te Tairāwhiti, which has then pushed the rest of the nation, which has also pushed the rest of the world in regards to Wakaama. So, and that was kind of the first, I remember that being the first kind of example of where hubbing kind of wasn't, like theoretically it made sense, but actually in practical reality, it kind of didn't. And then as the process for my own personal journey around being involved with the community facility strategy stuff, the whole concept of trying to just hub everything together started to fray around the edges for me personally. Same goes in regards to the football, soccer kind of conversation we're having. Yep, for a good chunk of those, you could probably hub them together, but it wouldn't be appropriate for everybody because maybe there's, well, I know that there are a couple of clubs who are just kind of competing ahead and above and beyond some of the others. So that would therefore limit their ability to be able to meet their obligations on that high competitive elite level. So I'm very comfortable with where we are regarding the hubbing. I'm actually quite stoked in regards to the golf park course as well, being left alone, because I agree. We might have to have these conversations in 20 years' time, but let the council in 20 years' time have that conversation. We don't know what the results of, we don't know what the sporting infrastructure or any kinds of new sports or anything like that will look like in the future. That conversation can start happening in 10 years, 15 years' time for the 20 years that, you know, that may need to be a result. So that's my rationale in regards to supporting this. I do just want to give a very special shout out to the Victoria Domain. You know, I've spent many Saturday mornings there from when my eldest daughter was 6 years old and could play netball, and I'm still there almost every Saturday. And those courts are very bumpy. They're not even regulation sized, they're all differently sized. It's amazing that it's amazing that this has been the facility that almost every young woman, every wahine that has played netball has had to kind of put up with over the entirety that Victoria Domain has existed. So I'm so happy to see that being included in regards to the upgrade. It was one of the big things, one of the close things that was special to my heart, not as a netball player, but as a dad of all of the netball players. I could literally have my own netball team. But yeah, I guess it's fantastic, absolutely fantastic. So I just wanted to give a special mention, a special shout out for that and its inclusion inside of this. So thank you very much, staff, for your work. Thank you very much to Councillor Dowsey and Councillor Cranston for having been early in terms of the genesis of this. Thank you for Sports Gisborne and all of our stakeholders actually in regards to feeding into this. Because, you know, like it's through all of us feeding into this that we can land on something which I'm quite comfortable with. So I'm happy to endorse this paper.
Thank you. Okay, we've got a lot of people wanting to speak, so if we can keep it a bit brief, because we've got quite a bit more to come. Councillor Robinson.
Peter went to sleep for this moment. Okay, so on page 56, under the disadvantages for option A, it says some groups will be affected by the adopted recommendations in the business case. Can someone tell us who and how, please?
Yeah, through the chair. Look, I think this updated proposal reduces as many impacts to those community groups as possible. Potential impacts on users, you know, there may be some, if we take Waikirikiri Park, for instance, there will have to be a reconfiguration of the ground to allow softball to continue at scale. That said, you know, looking and doing some initial scoping, it seems we can keep 2 diamonds there and that the budget might allow for an improvement of facilities, and they would enjoy things like, you know, the upgraded facilities, club rooms, changing bathrooms that would be provided via an indoor hub there. Having conversations with rugby as well, because they're obviously a key user of Waikirikiri Park during winter. And this would mean that they would then have to move to the proposed hub at Harry Barker Nelson Park. They're comfortable with that move, provided that it's not a downgrade in facilities, and it has opportunities for them because they are outgrowing Waikirikiri Park as it is.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Worsnop.
I just wanted to speak in support of this, in particular, the not giant hub version. And the main reason for that is not because I don't support a hub. It's because I think it's the location is actually out of town, and as a mother with children who are right in the midst of the, you know, high use and sport age, it's phenomenal how many of our children playing in teams get themselves to and from their sport. And I think had we been able to put the hub somewhere else more central, I'd completely agree that, you know, why not, instead of revisiting this in 10 years, push for it now. The fact that we're unable to accommodate that really within the city footprint is what leads me to be so supportive of this version, purely on the basis of access and the fact that we need really as many people having that access easily as possible. So that's my main rationale in preferring this option. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sheldrake.
Thank you. Sort of been around sport a long time, go back 30 years. with the sports hub concept with Sport Gisborne. I can remember people saying we should pull together all the golf clubs and get one bowling clubs and get rid of all that land and come up with one super hub. I just wonder with the golf club in particular, is it just has more noise come out of a few around challenging this whole concept? Because I'm on the same page as Councillor Cranston. In reality, 20 years will go like that, quite honestly. And if it is just done once, done right, I'd sort of would encourage a look at that. I'm also keen to know, and so as a question, what sports are you thinking of putting on to Nelson Road? Also, what is the underutilisation of Harry Barker? What months, what time, what sports, you know, where's a significant increase in usage with that in particular? So if that could be answered, please. You know, like parking, things like that.
Absolutely. So with regard to field sports, what we're trying to achieve is making higher quality grounds with things like lighting, quality facilities that can be used through more of the week at more flexible times, not only finding more fields, but having them available more often. At Nelson Park, Harry Barker, we would be wanting to build you know, as flexible as possible facilities that could be used by a range of field sports. So rather than targeting them solely at football or rugby, we're just making good, you know, transferable grounds for all sports. In terms of their current underutilization, you know, Nelson Park is generally busy on a Saturday morning with football at about half capacity if we were considering how many grounds could be found there. But otherwise relatively quiet. Over at Harry Barker, it's, you know, a small area is heavily utilised by hockey, and then a few fields are used by football on Saturday. So generally, if we're looking at field use hours, it is underutilised there.
The supplementary, so when you state Sport Gisborne tied after you, I know they've done a lot of work, they've signed off on this, and Sport New Zealand signed off on it. How Sport New Zealand signed off on an application that's going to go to the government?
So this was presented to Sport New Zealand in February. They are supportive of the concept. They gave us some feedback around the wellbeing analysis, which we've incorporated. We still intend to go back to Sport New Zealand to update them on where that analysis landed. But especially their facilities people are very supportive of this approach and of this case. And we're certainly leading the country in this approach of looking globally and long-term at our facilities needs as a region.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a clarification, because I am on the board at Sport Gisborne.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry to do this to you, Tyler, but the governance of Sport Gisborne is not, it's along the same thing as me along the sports hub. It was the governance decision at Sport Gisborne. Yeah, and Stephen might clarify that in better way.
Oh, kia ora koutou. Oh, I was trying to be invisible at the back. To Andy's point, I think, yep, we've had some conversations. We had board meeting the other night, and there was a lot of sentiment around preferring the I guess call it the Uber Sports Hub at Park Golf Course. I think a little while ago that what we've done is saying, hey, this is where the paper is at, where things have evolved to. Do we support it getting over the line now and going into government as is? And so the feedback from emails, Andy, I guess across the board, whilst a lot supported the Uber Hub, but they recognise the need to get on with this momentum and to submit as is. So how do you take that? Does this in its current standing therefore have official sign off? I would take that as a yes, even though a lot of the board members may have some reservations. Thank you.
Thanks for that clarification. Okay, we've got Councillor Akahara Brown and then Councillor Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My comments, really, I just want to thank those in the report who have addressed really the ongoing inequities that exist in Puikaiti in respected generations of underinvestment that's noted in this report. And I'm excited because I was a part of Papa Whāriki, and I want to shout out to Lisa Taylor and those who were working in this space for the mahi we did, because we recognise a large population of young people live in Puikaiti, probably the highest number in this region. And when we discuss hubbing and discussions, often we talk about things on this side of town. Majority of things are on this side of town. Our tamariki that come from the most impoverished parts of the region have to travel to get to those parts of town to enjoy and be involved and being included in sports. So when Waikirikiri Domain came up as a construct to Sport Hub, of course, many Kaitesians like myself got very excited. So I thank you that the consideration of that, when I've seen already the ripple effects and ongoing impacts on wellbeing through softball, league, rugby, soccer, and all the other sports. I wanted to just ask, Ilminster School has already got this natural kind of hub. I play table tennis in that space, and I've got other activities that happen in that new build that they put up on site. So we've already got community groups actioning hub space as well as us envisioning the future. I just would think you would need to add, after this morning, we had this wonderful public deputation. And I just want to say in your conversation that you add inclusivity, like, and being more inclusive as well, because we know we've got Paralympic champions waiting to kind of race out the gate too. So including them, Ngāti Oniwani have just told us they have a vision to build more schools, kura in their backyard. So we're going to see growth in that space too. So for me, I'm excited. I do believe that there is a natural sense of sports collective groups around the region, more so on that side of town, because Heath Johnson Park's still waiting to be recognised as something more. So I want to say thank you to the work done and acknowledge all the work of everybody through the decades in respect to this, but especially from a Kaiti perspective, very heartened to see that we're in the mix. Kia ora.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Seymour.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for preparing the paper. It seems to be completely silent on dollars. I can't see anywhere in it that it mentions what we're approaching the government for, and I think that would be information that ought to be shared with us. I hear that it was presented in February to Sport New Zealand, and we're only seeing it now in August. I have some sympathy with Councillor Cranston and those who are speaking about the Sports Hub, because we're still saying in 20 years' time, we look, making sure I say the right thing. No, it doesn't say exactly when. Future planning for a multi-user outdoor field facility next to the showground. Seriously, we have talked about this time and time again over years, and a little bit of difficulty, and we back away from it. And so surely we actually should be bold enough to say that that's the best thing. And as Councillor Cranston said earlier, toilets and facilities, etc. We know we've got dozens of them in the district, and we hear every 10-year plan time how costly it is to maintain them all. So, you know, that we have to think about the overall benefit for the wider community. And we are only a population of slightly less than 50,000. I'm concerned that some of them seem to be quite a way out. I mean, the Waikirikiri Park, it's great that that's back on the project, because we talked about that for hours 10 years ago. So does that really need to be at 2026? Because there's always slippage. So I'd like to think, and again, the kids skate park, that's great that it's at 2023, if we can be sure that we're going to do it. Because again, that's something with deteriorating equipment, and we've been talking about doing something with that for ages too. So I think the process, it looks good. I'm sure Councillor Burdett has to be pleased to see that Ruatoria gets something, but Whakamara Bay doesn't have a date beside it, I know. I really support the intent, and if that's the process, we take it back to government. But I would like to see us actually looking at the hubbing of those two items, field sports upgrades and the long field sports aspirations, that they should come together. We just have to be bold and say we are only a population of 50,000. Heaps of people can get themselves to Nelson Road by thousands of cars parked all along there, should one happen to use that road while winter sports on. So it's not that much further to the AMP showgrounds, I wouldn't think. So I don't think travel should be too difficult. So the general tenor is great, and it's interesting that it seems to be other people apart from council as we get to make the changes, but that's the process that we buy into. So A, how much are we going to the government for? B, I'd really like to see us bring the sports hub back into play around Harry Barker, because if we remembered, they were told that the golfing people were advised they still would have a good 9-hole golf course, and that would not impede on that. And they were offered land at the back of the showgrounds to extend that to 18 holes if they really wanted it, but I understand they don't. So can we understand what is it going to do? Because we haven't had an answer back from office bearers, and I know we haven't given you a chance yet. What is it going to do to this application if this group say those two things? A, we want to know the money, and B, we want to continue with the concept of the hub.
Yeah, through the chair, in terms of dollars, we are proposing an investment of 110 million over 10 years. 110 is the total envelope, and the region would be looked to for 20 of those. So it's a $90 million investment.
110, and we put in 20.
We put in 20. In terms of timeframes, for instance, the long delivery of the indoor hub is just reflective of the time that it takes to pull off a project of that size. To open that facility in 2026 by our timeframes, given by people much smarter than I am, would mean starting that within the next financial year through its design and planning. It would still have to go through feasibility. It's just a very large project in that sense. To the point that's been raised by multiple people around hubbing, it is a challenge. I know that it's a attractive prospect to think, let's put it all together. Let's gain efficiencies wherever we can. Where we started from with this in the community facility strategy is there were 10 identified projects, priority projects, which was narrowed down. And in December, that was 4. What we've found through feedback is that actually we just need slightly more to ensure that our communities can access the facilities that we're proposing. That said, we've got an opportunity here through an investment of this scale to look at hubbing in a unique way, because hubbing is kind of made up of 2 things, right? It's place and it's process. So a hub, yeah, certainly it's a physical cluster of facilities, but it's also considering how you might govern those or share the equipment, the staff, the resource that each facility has. And there are opportunities to set up community-led organizations which can do that. In a basic example, it's having movable, towable seating that can be taken to any venue as it's required. Or staff whose schedule is varies throughout the year as sports are busier or quieter. I think that's the questions that I was asked to speak to.
Can I just ask supplementary, what is the timeframe? If this is submitted to government now, when would you expect to understand whether it's successful?
The steer I've had from our consultants is 6 to 18 months of discussions with government. We'd have a quick idea how those conversations were going.
In 6 to 18 months. The
budget. We would expect a period of addressing some of the concerns or opportunities that the government raise, and having to make quick refinements to our business case to go back and ensure that it meets their criteria for investment.
So supplementary to that then, well, the river sports one that we've heard about this morning doesn't rely on this money, so that's fortunate for them. But the skate park and the pump track, how much is it's going to take 6 to 18 months for the government to give us an answer? They're not going to rely on the funding either. Right, that's lucky too.
Your worship.
I think Debbie was. Do you want to say?
Oh, okay, yeah. Councillor Gregory.
I just wanted to, I'm not big on sports, but I've been listening to everybody, and also the first paper that we were presented with regards to the hub at Gisborne Park. I don't think 20 years is a very long time either, and I think as councillors we should be looking to the future, and it feels a little bit like that we're accepting second best here. But also the question that Terry asked, you know, what are the roadblocks to that Gisborne Park? Is it just, what are they? I don't believe that was answered.
I mean, I think that the key roadblock for that is its feasibility to fund and to operate. So with major investment into sport and rec facilities now, it's going to be a lot harder to sell another $45 million facility. I think we need to deliver value in that sense, but also because of say Rugby Park, for instance, and other developments that are happening, we're going to have lower use and less dollars to allow that hub to operate successfully. On the point around, future demand, what I would say is this is a consideration for 20 years' time. There's not evidence yet that field sports are booming to a level that in 20 years we need this. In fact, we have a growing population and a national trend of declining, albeit at a slow rate, participation in field sports.
Okay, Your Worship.
I am big on sports and my family has played on nearly every surface that we talk about here today. And we have spoken about this I've been on council for 11 years and we have spoken about this for a long time. I'm excited about what I see here. It is time for us to do what we have spoken about. So I know we have moved, and I acknowledge what Councillor Cranston said earlier. We started with a certain concept as we consulted with other groups as well, because all of this is not just council. It is us pulling this together on behalf of lots of different clubs and organizations. So it might look a little bit different from what we started off with today. But I think everyone will agree with me, and I can see Councillor Badette smiling. Some of these changes incorporate our really small communities as well. And if you look into detail in that program, it is also smaller projects like even just school pools up the coast that will be upgraded and updated so that that community can use that. So I'm excited by what I see, and I want to encourage everyone to get on board, because I need to go and see the minister in September. And I have had early discussions with him, and he has raised it with us before, that they are looking at developing some infrastructure type fund. So we would hope to latch onto that, get in before the budget is announced next year. But aside from that, we also are putting in with partners in our region a massive amount of money as well. So I know in the next few years, we are going to see a lot of movement. So we should be proud. We have talked about this for a long time, and soon we will be able to see stuff happening on the ground. So I'm very happy to support this. Thank you.
Councillor Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will keep it brief as you asked. And following on from a thread that Her Worship has just raised, this is a community facility plan. And I would be remiss not to raise the fact that we do have existing facilities in our more rural townships in particular, which continue to need our support. And clearly in my situation, the likes of Patatahi Hall and the Ngātapu Rugby Sports Club and those facilities that are out there. So I would ask that we don't lose sight of the benefits that we already have on the ground. It's really easy to get excited about the shiny new hubs and all the rest of it, but we need to remember to support those facilities that we already have. And a lot of them just need an injection of enthusiasm, even more so than physical facilities.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm big on sport. Most people know that. I'm also a trustee at Whakarua Park. I thought I would speak mainly to acknowledge Sport Gisborne, the work our staff has done, both Tyler and Abby before him, and the support that Trust Tairāwhiti have given to this, plus the consultants out of Wellington. I'm not a great fan of consultants, but they've been brilliant in terms of getting alongside our organisations and driving this. I'm pleased I don't live in the city. Listening to you people this morning, surely. But anyway, my role mainly is, in terms of what I've said earlier, is to thank those organisations, because they have council, Trust Tairāwhiti, and Stefan and his staff have driven this project. And I don't know that I'll be around in 20 years to see its fruition.
I'll still be here.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. Well, we'll wrap this up. And yeah, the recommendation is endorse a revised business case progressing to government. Now, I do sense there's a bit of urgency in this to get this through so that the funding, we can get the funding available down the track. And I certainly would like to acknowledge the fact that the hard work that the community facility strategy, Andy and Josh and Dan and Shannon have all contributed to this, and everybody else, Sport Gisborne. So you know, it's a good day that we're getting to the stage now where we can endorse this business case and send it off, and hopefully we'll reap the rewards afterwards. So the recommendation again, endorse the revised business case progressing to government. All those in favour?
Aye.
All those against? Carried. Okay, we'll go to the next paper and I'll bring this forward. Hopefully it's not too late for Councillor Worsnop. And it'll be the Northern and Southern Townships upgrade on page 129. Thank you.
This paper responds to a request from council to update the figures in the paper to take into account the decision to increase funding for township upgrades and also to identify an implementation plan. But firstly, if I may through the chair, is to introduce Jasmine Leach, who has been appointed as the area liaison officer for the North. So she's sitting over there. Sorry, South, sorry, my apologies. And also there will be Lillian Ward, who is looking after township plans across the region.
Okay, we've got some questions. Councillor Preston.
Yeah, with the page 130, you've got the funds available. And I know when we originally did these township plans, we kind of had that line item as 500K. And we started a process into the townships, which a lot of the townships had that 500K invested in them. And it looks like we're getting into the second cycle now. I'm just wondering about the practicalities. We seem to have gone to a 350K funds available on from 221 on. The practicality is that a plus minus, because some townships will have a higher requirement and some a lower requirement, so they actually put a fund there and saying that's your limit, or are we, you know, because some of the ones that missed out originally, there was townships out, they thought they were getting 500K. The early ones did, some of the more recent ones haven't. So yeah, just the balance. I don't know whether we should have a restriction around that 350K. With plus minus.
Yeah, so it does require comprehensive engagement with the community to look at the aspirations, and an assessment is made at that stage, whether or not that it reaches the 350K mark or the 500K mark. Those things are then assessed as and when we go through the process. So it may be plus or minus in relation to the overall cost.
Yep. Okay. Councillor Faulkner.
I know this is an information report, but I did want to really support the mahi that's going on in this space right now. As a rural councillor, you'll see there that we had our concerns about the way this was tracking previously. And I really just want to make a huge shout out to the team that have been working alongside us to get these plans activated, because for such a long time I think they've been shuffled, they've shifted from desk to desk, to the extreme frustration of the communities involved. So huge shout out to you, congratulations, let us help out where we can, and yeah, I'd like to, I don't know if you require a mover or anything of this report, but that I'd like to do that person if I could.
Councillor Worsnop.
Yeah, again, thank you for this paper. Thank you, in particular, I think, for hearing us and I think some issues that we have been raising around the way that townships were being rolled out. I'd like to say that an observation so far is that having the project management move into the Māori liaison team has been very, to date, very effective, and the engagement with those communities that I've seen so far has been really, really good, and they've really welcomed the one face, and we've certainly built the expectation that they're going to be able to rely on that one face for quite a while. So I'd love to keep that, because that's what our communities really relate to really strongly. But over and above that, there's a couple of main issues that, because we have a lot to do with how these communities come together and design their town plans. One of the issues that we found from the past, and I think we need to alleviate, is the fact that the budget has been held in all these different places. And so there's a lot of explaining where it's gone in the past, and whether or not that was routine maintenance or whether or not it was township upgrade, and the perception that it can just filter out into anything and they lose the core of the actual upgrade is really demoralizing to people that have gone through this process before, and I'd really like to avoid it in the next 10 years worth of process. So is it possible to have, because if you look through our budgets, you cannot find our township plans. It's in a whole bunch of other stuff. I'd like to see the township plan budget moved so that it is located with our project managers somehow, so that we can actually keep track of what it is. And where it is, because there's a perception that actually we're just using what is essentially the township plan to pay for things that should be under roading or should be under drainage. It should just be routine as part of what you get serviced for paying your rates. And we don't have the ability to clearly say to them, no, look, that's where that's come from. This is your township plan money. And we need the ability to do that because our credibility rests on that and their reassurance, as opposed to where just at the moment, they're relying on us trying to dig up essentially some kind of verification. So that's one specific point. I think, hang on a minute, I've got a list. I think the other bit is the FAR rate. An awful lot of what is raised is footpaths in townships that have, in some cases, no footpaths at all. And that we've been advised that they're not eligible to use the FAR rate, whereas all our other footpaths seem to be eligible to use the FAR rate. So why are townships not able to access the FAR rate? Because that makes potentially their funds go an awful lot further. And the same thing with things like caretakers, where our caretakers are quite often a little bit MIA, and instead the community is stepping up to deliver a service for free, that essentially they're paying twice in their time and in their rates. So how do we do that better? So yeah, those 3 points: designating the budget, how come they're not eligible for the FAR rate, and can we work with local procurement, improving, and so that we're actually paying these guys that are actually doing the work instead of the people that we're paying that don't appear to be doing the work.
Just in terms of the relationship, I can assure you that a focus for us is the continuity of that relationship. Hence the appointment of a Southern Liaison Area Officer to manage that relationship on township plans, but also other relationships at an operational level. In terms of the FAR, I'll hand that over to David.
So through the chair, with the funding assistance rate for footpaths, it's spent and over allocated every year, as most of the committee may well be aware. So the footpaths budget is exhausted every year, and we prioritise it to what our spends are going to be. So what has been happening is the request for footpaths comes well after the fact that the funds have already been allocated for the year. So for this financial year, we already have the funds for footpaths allocated for the year. So the new footpaths do attract the rate, however, they're not prioritised compared to the repairs that we need to do on other jobs for the year. So normally they'll want it done when we won't have funding available left in the footpath budget, so it'll come out of that budget. So the FAR rate for footpaths is already over allocated.
So supplementary to that, it's then possible to plan ahead, because we know that almost every single township you go to will have a component where they say we need a footpath either upgraded or put in where there isn't one. Are you saying essentially that before we even get to the township plans, we need to be asking you to ring fence something for townships?
Through the chair, if we ring fence anything for townships, we'll be taking it off the maintenance budget that we have for footpaths, and we already have a rather large backlog of work that we need to be undertaking on the footpaths as well.
Okay, we've got Councillor Burdett. Oh, the speaker.
So my other question was around where we hold the budget so that we know how, where the budget is for starters and how it's being allocated and protected. Because at the moment, essentially, it just seems to be coming out of what was just in our budget anyway.
Yeah,
through the chair, so I've been working with Pauline to make sure that it's a bit all being consolidated into one space so that it can then get journaled out into the different areas so that they can keep track of their spend, but we've got transparency over that. Yeah, we would, as per our regular reporting update, is into the townships that we've planned for.
Thank you. Okay, next, councillor Burdett.
The staff members that have driven this over the years, and it's 11 years since we put the first Ruatoria Township plan together. It's overdue for a review, and Lillian's taking action on that. In terms of the northern areas, you've seen the schedule here. Looks good. We've had a number of staff who have gone, come to those communities and sat down and tried to put together plans, and they're still somewhere in the archives. But in terms of where we are now, there's real progress. And I do question, like Kerry, the bouncing around of the budget. And I was told when asked, told diplomatically, I might answer, that it was to do with the long-term plan. Because when this was first put together, sure, with the last CEO, it was 500,000 per community. But that's not the case now. However, that's all history and there's nothing much I can do about it. But well done, you two. It's onward and upward.
Thank you. Councillor Wharehiga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's tuata I nei rata me nunu ki a koe Lillian, mō tō mahi mo te hapuri o Tokomaru Ako o Waipiro Nui tonu e rātu mea I pāna ki te Waipuke e haere mai ana ki a rā hapuri nei rata me nunu ki a koe it's tuani. Thank you very much for the mahi that you did in regards to Tokomaru, in regards to Waipiro, knitting those communities after all of that heavy rain and flooding. Absolutely massive. And I saw Uncle Peter's mihi to you, all the other cousins from all up the coast, their mihi to you online and stuff as well. I fully endorse this paper. I really like this paper. I like papers that use words like ambitious. I think it's very ambitious to want to complete 10 new township plans in 5 years. It was actually one of my bugbears when the township plans actually originally came up. I was looking at these going, man, these townships are so far away from when some activity was going to be happening in there. So I really do like papers that come to us that say things like we're going to be ambitious and we want to do 10 township plans and get them delivered in 5 years. I love that because then it gives me the words and the tools to be able to hold the organisation in account to deliver those things on behalf of the community. And what I know of our staff is that when you put your hand up and say, hey, this is the thing that we're planning on doing, you're committing yourself to planning and doing those things. So I'm absolutely stoked that this is the plan moving forward. I'm also really heartened to see the increase in terms of budget as well, and the separation out and the individualization, I guess, of the communities, because that was also one of the things that I had concerns about the very first time that the township plans came to us. It kind of lumped several areas together, but this is kind of recognizing that they are distinctly different spaces, you know, Te Puia, Waipiro, for instance, you know, distinctly different spaces, very close and in the scheme of things, but really quite distinct. And those weren't fully expressed in the last one. So I'm very happy for this paper to go through. And now, I'm very happy that to endorse this work program, even though it's not a decision paper. But great to see that this is this is going to be happening. And I look forward to seeing how this all rolls out over the next 5 years. So, kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Seymour.
I just want to acknowledge it's great to see this and to have a new start, because I think we did it long, but we were going well at the beginning. That the township plan process, which really started initially, I think. Then Chikareka, then Pukamura, they all went along quite well. And then Central and along. So we need to acknowledge good work that has been done. But this is laying it out going forward and really good for two plans in there. Thank you very much.
Councillor Dowsing.
Thank you. I'll start with a little bit of a tease about the paper. I personally thought it was funny to single out the support that only rural councillors were pushing for this several times. Yeah. Concerns have been raised by rural councillors and encouraged by rural councillors. They take plenty. It's no, it's only because I was I only raise that because when going through the long-term plan hearings, this was something that was loud and clear from those who spoke from our rural communities, that they wanted more meaningful engagement and opportunity to contribute, and that is the main push in that utilizing value for money principles that was being pushed for in here, was that those in those communities actually want to be able to not just facilitate how we're going to spend, but actively participate in the creation of these spaces. And yeah, so I'm saying that all councillors heard that. We were all at those meetings and we all did have a great deal of support for that. The other part, and to Kerry's point, in the equity space as well, I think it's really important that we don't forego the opportunity for a community to maximize their spending potential because we have an existing maintenance budget that's behind. That's not their fault. They should still have opportunity to have subsidized footpaths instead of having to pay the full rate for theirs. It seems unusual that we wouldn't, that they wouldn't have that opportunity to establish their footpaths. But yeah, look, I think we're all in massive support. I just think that, yeah, that encouraging value for money includes making sure that they get the best opportunities that we have available. Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just had two things to point out. Firstly, I want to thank you for the paper, and we've all said it, and we all are proud of all the region in respect to, we live here, but these small townships are a beautiful part of the paradise of Tairāwhiti. I wanted to ask, having been involved with a group that have helped do some mahi in Te Araroa, do we have the noted of those external partnerships that have been created through local community groups? So a group I'm involved with in every Labour weekend for the past 13 years have come over from the Waikato and have done some projects. But I wondered if that was happening in other parts of region in the township space, because I haven't considered that. But do we know of external groups that do some workmanship? Last 2 years ago, so we did the progressive all up. So I just, I wasn't sure if external partners were noted or known of to our council.
Ka pai, kia ora tātou. So in terms of our key engagement, it is with the Te Araroa Progressive Society. They are the advocate body within the community who has the mandate to advocate for infrastructure and facilities. So they've been our key partner. Also through some of the Sport Tairāwhiti staff. So once we've finished repairing the skate park up there, Sport Tairāwhiti are going to do a project like Ruatoria did, where the skate park will be designed and painted and look beautiful instead of old and grey. So we always look for opportunities. Currently, we are exploring working with EIT in Ruatoria and here in Gisborne in terms of accessing furniture, because it's very, very expensive purchasing from the current suppliers. But what better thing if somebody from a community is making something they'll take ownership of that piece of furniture in the community, and it'll last longer than anything that we can purchase elsewhere.
Kia ora. Well, that's perfect. And my next point was, I love that in respect to point 9 on page 131, that's the preferred picnic table sourced and purchased locally was considerably less. And I think that's what I love about our small township spaces, is that I guess they're a little bit more thrifty bet, but certainly I would love to see more of that, because we have got capacity in region to create and build. And I know someone that makes furniture, but I just who's actually doing workshops on the coast in the next few weeks. But I just really love that we are looking at our townships as being absolutely necessary to the whole network of our region, because I see on social media often some very negative, commentary about how the poor cousins feel. So I feel like we're on a journey to actually ensure the whānau capacity of our whole region feel they're at the table equally. So thank you so much for this mahi you're doing, and we look forward to what the outcomes will be for our whole region. Ngā mihi.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, we'll, it's a noting report. So all those in favour? All those against? Carried. Oh, sorry, it was, yeah, my apologies. It was moved by Councillor Faulkner. Seconded by Councillor Burdett. Yeah, apologies about that. Councillor Burdett, yes. We've got two more papers, and we've actually got a public excluded presentation as well. So I don't know if. Okay, well, I think I need a quick break. So we'll have a 5-minute break, cup of coffee, and then we'll come back and we'll wrap it up. Oh, well, have we got lunch or? Okay, we'll have lunch. got the enforcement policy. Welcome.
Kia ora tātou. Thank you for letting me bring this enforcement policy before council today. Just wanted to give a quick brief on the policy itself. The policy is in line with other regional and unitary councils throughout New Zealand. It's a dedicated enforcement policy relating to regulation of the Resource Management Act. More importantly, locally, the enforcement policy is there to promote best practice and shows the kind of best practice that the compliance team at council is currently using. It shows consistency of the council's approach to compliance and enforcement under the Resource Management Act. And from a higher level, it also shows the courts that, that council has that consistent approach as well. Open to questions.
Okay, Councillor Faulkner.
Thank you. So I'm happy to move this paper and I fully appreciate all the work that's gone into it and the clarification around a whole bunch of questions that I would have had. The reason I'm happy to support it is because I see a time where as more and more compliance is forced upon us as an authority, we will need to be able to refer back to these sort of policies on a more regular basis. So I'm happy to move this paper and thank you for bringing it to us.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson.
I'm happy to second the paper if there's not a seconder. I love a nice bit of policy. I did wonder though about on page 79, I'm sure it's just a placeholder. All of the pages are number 2. I see, well, number 2 must have a lot of small writing on it.
Right, okay, we've got Councillor Akahara-Brown.
Kia ora, thank you so much for this, and yeah, I do love a bit of policy too. Obviously anything that's updating it, I guess, but I did have a chat to you both just in the brief, and I did want to say that into the public domain though, how we approach enforcement and noting that some of the feedback from public are our enforcers street wise look quite enforcing, how we can dial back the street kind of, I'm trying to think of the name, sorry, can you help me with that? Our people that are employed.
City Watch officers. Yeah.
So I mean, and I again want to thank everybody that gets involved in supporting, you know, safe streets, safe CBD, safety in all spheres. But I just have had feedback that there's I guess a look that's that militant kind of style perhaps should be best left with the military and the police, and we soften that space like we do when we have the people come through the cruise ships. And I know I've already spoken to you both, so, but it's just, I think we want to promote in our region that we are about embracing, caring, manaaki, all those things that are part of our council and our region. But thank you so much for this report. I believe it covers off, as Councillor Faulkner says, our regulatory role gets challenged a lot and we've got to keep on keeping on. But thank you both and to the team that do work in this space.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Seymour. Okay. All right, Councillor Dowling.
Thank you. No questions on the policy itself, apart from the most important part of any policy is it deliverable and do we have the resources to deliver it? And that being, is this going to require additional budget to deliver enforcement that's outlined in this policy? Is it going to require additional manpower, or is our current resourcing sufficient?
So in regards to resourcing, we currently have vacancies which we're just about to advertise for. 1 we're backfilling, and 3 we've got 3 new vacancies which were approved by council. That's going to go a long way in terms of how we implement this policy. Like everything, it's difficult to get everything done with the resourcing we do have, but certainly with what we do have and what we're going to have, that will go a long way, because currently we're looking at a lot of the high risk activities around the district. But with the new staff that we've got and that we intend to get, we'll be going from high risk to that kind of medium risk approach. Yes.
Okay, we've got Councillor Sheldrake.
Yeah, thank you. I probably follow on from that a bit, but is cost recovery still a big challenge you know, someone gets into trouble, makes a mess, then we're trying to recoup costs. Is that a big issue or is it becoming easier?
Unfortunately, with cost recovery, we're limited to what we can do there because we have self-appointed fines that come from the courts. We don't have any direction from, we don't have any ability to influence the court and how much we get in terms of fines if we take a prosecution. We do try to on charge the people that we have to deal with enforcement over. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. But yeah, of course, it does cost money. But in saying that, we can't not do something just because it's, you know, we can't not take enforcement action just because we don't have the budget for it, unfortunately.
Okay, one question I've got, and that's there is new compliance regulation coming out from government all the time for different businesses and entities and everything, and you're going out with different mandates than what you previously did. Are you advising businesses of these new requirements and where the compliance issues lies with council and to be able to enforce the situations?
Yes, with this policy, it relates to the Resource Management Act, and what we try to do with any enforcement, if we get notified of something, we don't automatically go out there with a big stick. We like to try that education approach first of all, and then determining on what happens from that will determine what we do, whether it goes to that extreme or whether, you know, we deal with it just by way of a warning. But in terms of the changes, but we're constantly talking to the community about that. We have education programs.
Right. Okay. Is there any more questions at all? Okay. The recommendation is that Operations Committee adopts the draft endorsement policy. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. All right, we're on to page 93, greenhouse gas emissions profile update. Joe.
Kia ora tātou. Unfortunately, Charlotte Knight is attending training today, so I can't present this paper. You may recall this paper first came to committee back in July last year. It was intended to come earlier this year, so you will see some of the references to long-term planning are a bit out of date. We have moved on with our long-term plan and it's now adopted. So this is an update on that previous work, just to clarify and update some of the numbers relating to GHL's operations, particularly the farming operations. So it's an emissions profile for the council and the wider group, and sets a bit of a baseline. We, as of Monday, have a new position, have recruited a new person to be our climate change policy advisor. So that is great and will help us move forward with some of this climate change adaptation and mitigation work. And happy to take any questions, although I'm not a technical expert on greenhouse gas emissions.
Councillor Robinson.
Sorry, Joe, did you just say this report's out of date?
No, the actual report, the details, the numbers are in date.
Yes.
What's out of date are some of the references you see. It refers to we're developing the long-term plan and going through consultation. So you've now adopted your long-term plan.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've got some questions. Page 93, the opening page of the paper, it says that the Paukahu landfill contributes 1%, yet at paragraph 8, the table there shows Paukahu at 12 million kilograms, which is significantly higher when compared to the stock. Oh, well, yeah, it's 12 ton or 40 ton. So that's like 23%. Can you can you please clarify that?
Page, what was the first page reference you gave me? Sorry.
Opening
93.
page.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's come back to us if you like. It's not probably something you can clarify right now, but the other.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to find the 1%. Where's the paragraphs?
Paragraph table under paragraph 8.
Oh yeah, cool. I'm with you. No, I'm not with you. So
Yes.
paragraph,
So it says 1% in the summary, Pākahu is contributing 1%, but on the chart on 95, Pākahu landfill, and it said stock of Tawhiri Pārā is 46%, but when you've got 18,000 emissions as opposed to
I'd have to go back
12,000,
and
that's
check.
not 1%.
Yeah,
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, the total is 40 tonne and 12
the very full
tonne out of
summary,
40
yeah.
tonne is not 1%.
I think part of the issue is that that summary at paragraph 8 is splitting it into the 3 scopes, whereas in the summary of the summary, it's just looking over all 3 scopes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe.
Does that make sense?
So I got a second
I
question.
found it. So it's on page 113. It's meant to be 31%. It's just a typo.
Oh,
It's
thank
on
you.
page 113. It says 31%.
It's a typo.
It's
All right.
missing 3.
So Joe, my real concern with this report is at paragraph 31.
13 or
Page
31?
99. It says, following resourcing and sequencing conversations as part of the LTP, staff will respond with an appropriate work program to reduce organisational emissions. And then below that, under 33, that was 31, it's got a table there of next steps. Now, in the comments of those next steps, there is nothing that lines up or that I can reconcile with staff responding with an appropriate work program to reduce organisational emissions. And it says GHL is developing their own system. So put that to one side. So what I'd like to know in relation to the first sentence in paragraph 31, what are the timeframes and the goals that staff are setting to reduce organisational emissions, and when will that be brought back to us? Because it doesn't appear on the table of next
No, it
steps.
doesn't appear in the table because we haven't decided a reporting date yet. We recruited our new person who started on Monday. So now we're starting that planning in depth. We're also cognizant that the government will release its national targets and plan by the end of this year. So it will follow on from that. So there will be further reports back that update you on the planned program.
When I recall, we did the LTP process, there was definitely conversations in there around each department, or there was resources assigned within departments to do this sort of mahi. And I remember raising at the time, the percentage assigned was very, very low. It was like less than 0.01% or something. I'm assuming someone's doing some work on this somewhere, or we're just saying, we're just gonna wait until we see what the national standards are.
Yeah, as I said, we have just recently recruited a person to focus on this climate change planning who started on Monday. We do have a budget within strategic planning, an operational budget to assist with gaining external expertise as needed. And we're also working with Trust Tarawhiti
All right, so
on a just
given-
transition.
Given this report and this update on the report has identified key sources of greenhouse gases within this organization and through services and products we source and access, surely we can start some of that mahi now. We should have started some of that mahi now. This report was from July last year, the original report. We shouldn't be waiting to see where we can make changes. We should be compiling that now, identifying low-hanging fruit and identifying opportunities. I mean, we'll have contracts will end in a 12-month period, they'll be renewed. And we may not want to go back to the same providers because they're polluters. And I don't want us to wait until national standards set. I want us to know, I want to know that we're doing it now, not that we've got the numbers, then we'll wait to see what happens.
So through you, Chair, we will have a couple of pieces of work coming that you will see both in terms of how we take climate change into account in our report writing for you to consider decisions. So you'll see that starting to flow through. We're also doing some updates to our procurement policy, which will also come through for approval to take into account some of these climate change considerations, including mitigation and reducing emissions.
Final question, is there more that we can be doing?
I would have to get back to you on that. I'm sure there is. There's always more that you can do.
Thank you.
Councillor Seymour?
No, my question.
Okay. Councillor Gregory.
Just wondered, we got this first report in July last year, and then this one has been updated to fix what wasn't in it to start with. But how much did the actual report cost us to have done? And does this extra stuff cost more, or is it just making up for what wasn't in there initially?
Off the top of my head, it was around $40,000. I believe Trust Tairāwhiti funded maybe a smaller additional amount. And I believe there was an additional fee of a couple of $1,000s for some of the amendments.
Councillor Faulkner.
Thank you. I really just wanted to respond to Councillor Robinson's questions earlier because I had gone looking for some of the thing around what can we do to mitigate. And I see in the report from ACOM, pages 18 and 19 have some reasonably clear recommendations there. I mean, they're not laid out as in plans per se yet, but they're reasonably clear. And I guess my question actually is probably to Mr. Wilson, because a lot of it sits in your space. I'm not expecting granular detail, but are these things that we can set to work and start working on some of these recommendations? And what do you see as the low hanging fruit, given the fact that a lot of this sits around some pretty significant infrastructure?
So through you, Chair, part of the work that Joe's team has been doing on the procurement policy will change how we procure and how we'll look through how we can bring these things in over time. So we've already started on things like electrification of the vehicle fleet. We're looking at low emissions vehicles now. We've already stopped, we've got the charging stations that we've been putting in and also securing funding across the region. The big one for us is obviously in our roading contracts, as those go out, how we change the procurement for those. And there's a lot of new technologies that are emerging around artificial intelligence. There's a whole lot of things around switching fleets over to renewable energy. So there are ways for us to do that, which is enabled through the procurement policy approach as those things come to market, when we're able to put them out. But those are our big step changes when we do them in that way.
All right, is there any other questions? No? Have I got a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by,
I'll move.
moved by Councillor Seymour, second by Councillor Faulkner.
And I was just going to observe that this is only the emissions we're creating. It doesn't actually say, and it notes in there, the mitigation that is not yet captured, because the last time we had something, if I remember, we were pretty much neutral.
Yeah.
And so this is only one side of the argument. So thanks very much. I appreciate it. It's an update and we'll get further updates. I don't want to open another discussion. Note the context.
Okay, I've got a mover by Councillor Seymour, seconded by Councillor Faulkner. All.
Make a quick comment, and I alluded to it yesterday as well. It's just an observation. When we talk about climate change and carbon emissions and forestry and everything that we discussed yesterday as well, can we please make sure we take a regional approach and don't duplicate work which GHL or Trust Tairāwhiti are doing? We're a relatively small region, so I just want to encourage you. I know some of it already, Trust Tairāwhiti and Council have worked together, but let's make sure we take a regional approach, only pay a third of the cost, but get all the outcome that we're all after. Thank you.
All right, okay, all those in favour? All right, against? Carried. Thank you so much, and we'll wind this up at the moment, and we'll go into public excluded, please.